Hello and welcome to Victoris Esports VAD final week. We have gone through this entire top 8 bracket. Our players have duked it out. We are in to the final two teams who just so happen to be the first seeds for both of their sections. Getting right into it tonight. We've got a lot to go through as it is going to be that best of 5. I will be bringing you through some of it along with my beautiful, lovely, and amazing casters, Girth and Arlen. Say hello to the people, everybody.
How's it going? Who's excited? I'm trying so hard to just contain the energy because I feel we're in for a big night. There's a lot of gas that's gonna be needed for this marathon, an epic one, to say. But fired up as always. Arlen, how you doing, buddy?
I'm here. I'm ready to go. I'm excited for it. I'm eager as you. I think. I'm just better at containing it. Hopefully, maybe, probably.
Stoic.
I feel like that's kind of the mixture between like the play-by-play caster and then like the analyst casters. You got the very excited, very hyper play-by-play caster a lot of the time that's just like, I'm ready to go, I'm ready to talk fast. And then you've got the calm, cool, and collected as ever analyst. So those are our casters for this evening who are going to be bringing you through it, giving us all of the good details that you're all interested in knowing, and why not get right into it? We are going to be watching, if we want to take a look at the bracket, take a look at their journeys as they got to this point, the Astronauts versus the Hornets. And yeah, as we mentioned, top seeds from both of the A and B squads. So not too surprising that they're the ones who are ending up being able to get this far. And both have had very swift and decisive routes here, 2-0 into 3-0 for both of these teams. So, I mean, let's talk a little bit about it. Give us a little bit of the lowdown on the Astronauts, Girth.
I mean, we got to see these guys last week. Absolute monsters out there. 3-0 over the Nocturnals, which I would say relatively strong team throughout the regular split, but Astronauts on a different level. You got two former champs from last split. This is winter split of 2022. So Melly G, Defoe back again, looking for the twofer, and they got a decent squad here that is going to be putting it together. So absolute monstrosity of a team that is out there and going to be looking hella strong tonight.
Right, and give us a little bit of a lowdown on the Hornets. I understand that they also have a champion on their squad, so there's a little bit back and forth. What's up, Girth?
There is. It is a battle of titans, a clash of the titans, if we don't get dinged for that, but it's two amazing teams, former champs on the side of the Astronauts, and you've got a former champ on the side of the Hornets too. Giggle has in fact won a finals. I believe it's all the way back, I want to say winter 2021 on the Gators, but has been in the finals before. It was last summer of 2021. Also on the Hornets with Webb and Ultra, making it all the way to finals as well. So they're back again. Giggle's looking to pick up, I believe, their second championship. But for Ultra and Webb, they've been here before. They know this scene, and they are definitely hungry for their first championship.
And we're at the end of all of that. There's champions on both sides. There's strong players on both sides. We've been able to watch these teams a lot throughout the split. Where are you kind of ending up? What are your thoughts going into this game? Give us the lowdown on your analytic perspective on it, Arlen.
Yeah, so I'm really looking at the mid lane. If I can like direct our attention there, I'm really looking at how we have a really strong mid laner for the Hornets, very strong in Webb, I do believe. Super, really good, really consistent score lines. And then we look at the opposite. We look at Defoe, who is more of a supportive style of mid laner, really big champ ocean, so it allows his drafting squad to draft around him because it really doesn't matter what he gets, he's going to perform on it, but he's not going to smash open a matchup like Webb is going to do. But he can still perform if he's able to get some of his signature picks. So that's what I'm kind of looking at really for this game to really like blow open wide a whole series for us.
Oh, okay. Well, then that kind of leads very nicely into my next question, which is which of these two teams, if you were expecting some spice to come out, is it going to be something from that champ ocean, or is it going to be just a very specific, very honed in skill coming out from a mid laner for the side of Hornets? Where are we really thinking the cool picks are going to come from? Because we are in finals. If there's like If there's something that you're holding, a card up your sleeve, now's the time to bring it out. Which one of these teams are we more likely to see do that?
I think if we, well, here, I'll answer that in two parts. So,
Okay.
first part, what I want to see the Hornets bring something out different. I want to see them shake up the Astronauts because the Astronauts have had a very consistent style of play. They're just going to beat you, right? They're just going to go in there and they're going to do what they do best. I want to see the Hornets shake them up, throw them off their game by giving us something different, something new, something that they haven't seen, that they haven't played against. What we will more than likely see is both teams doing that, both teams trying to throw each other off their game. And I don't think necessarily the Astronauts need to be the one to pull that trigger first. I think they need to be the ones to react to that. And if they can show that they can react to that sort of switch up in style and they're able to play a consistent style of game, no matter what you throw it to it, then they're going to get a nice and clean 3-0. But if the Hornets are able to throw them off their game early enough, then they're going to, turn this into a nice long slog match.
Beautifully said. What do you think, Gurf? Do you have anything you want to add on to what Arlen said, or do you want to maybe have a little bit of a tussle as to what Arlen said?
Oh, this is the best place to have those crazy, unique picks coming out. I've seen it time and time again here since the dawn of the draft league for Victoris. I mean, I'm thinking back all the way to, I think it was fall 2029, Spartans versus Lions, where if my memory does recall, it was Lunar Effect, a former player here who took the Vayne up top in Game 5, ended up clutching it for them. Skip forward a year, where we're back again in finals, this time for VAS, so it wasn't the draft league, but either way, a lot of players that were in the draft league involved. All the way to Game 5, Winter Booze versus Tigers V2, busting out that Ornn in the mid lane. So you never know what you're going to get here for finals. If I'm looking at these players, Melly G has been pretty notorious for bringing out some crazy stuff for us so far. The split, we got to see the Zeri top. Don't know if we see that or some other variation of something spicy in that top lane. I think maybe for Hornets, coming in and knowing the fact that Giggle is at the head of this team, are going to go for something that is safe, secure, and easy to execute because that just suits their style. As a team, they are very easily able to read off each other, read off these plays, and follow the shot calling that's being done. So I think something that is a little bit more textbook for the Hornets. I'm not going to count them out. Could bring some spice here, but it would more likely happen on the side of the Astronauts to see that, oh, where's that Zeri top? Okay.
All right. That does also go into like another direction that we spend a lot of time talking about these former champions and these players who time and time again show up, but we were very impressed. Normally we're very impressed by Melly G when we watched Astronauts last week, but we were very impressed by Defoe going in and ending up that last week. So we are kind of starting to see some dark horses, some people who are pretty consistent and maybe don't always get that recognition, but are really starting to shine through. So if you had to pick a dark horse player from one of these teams for the finals to really start to just be that bright light for the team, who are we naming? Who are we really looking at?
Arlen, who do you got in mind? Who do you think has caught your eye so far this split?
That's a good question.
Indeed, right?
I think for the side of the Hornets, I'm probably gonna have to go with Give Me a Cup twice. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to go with them. They're really good at jungle. Very consistent jungler, always involved when they need to be. Generally on point with securing objectives for their team. Not really one to let too many slip by them, and I think that's really what you need, a jungler, a really selfish jungler who's able to get the kills, and carry off of it, but more than willing to give up the farm, more than willing to give up pressure in their own jungle to secure objectives for the team. And for the side of the Astronauts, a dark horse, I don't know, the team's kind of full of full of monsters, to say the least, but probably Gale. Very consistent support, very strong in the laning phase, always manages to get out and be relevant regardless of the champion they're on, and usually the champions they're on is that enchanter or something that is a lot more supportive, and we saw last week they can even play the Ornn quite well when playing Ornn support AD carry farming simulator.
True.
So regardless, Gale is very strong no matter what you give them, so I think that's going to be my dark horse for the Astronauts.
Okay.
Very nice. All right, Gurf, let us know. Who do you think? Who is the spooky Hecarim for the team?
Again, I agree with Give Me Cup twice from Arlen as well too. Just pretty consistently scary out of the jungle is that Hornets jungler. But my eyes are gonna be, I think, Also on the bot lane for Astronauts, that is a heavy lane that is going to they have to go up against Giggle and Ultro. That's incredibly strong. They have been together. They have been to finals together. They have made VAS teams together. So if there is someone who is going to shock me tonight, bring the heat and make something happen that is just incredible, that will last in the draft moments forever, would be if there's plays being made in the bottom. I'm also looking up at Benishk, because he also has a bit of a mountain to climb up there against Melly G, former champ that he has to go against some of the craziest stuff we've seen, I think, from the Astronauts. A lot of that craziness comes out of the top lane. So I'm looking at Astronauts bottom lane. I'm looking at the Hornets top lane, and I'm asking, hey, make it happen. Bring the confidence, bring the heat, and let's make some clippable moments tonight.
All right. Speaking of clippable moments, you can go ahead and clip our predictions as they're about to come up. At the end of the day, what's going to be the score? Astronauts versus the Hornets. Are we all going to go with different answers this time around, or are we all going to be pretty aligned? Who wants to go first? I'm gonna last time I waited to go last, so like that kind of makes me feel like I should go first, because then at the end of the day I just chose chaos to be a different answer from everybody. So I feel like I should do my due diligence, and I'll go ahead and give my predictions. All right, I think that it's going to be a 3-1 in favor of Astronauts, is where I'm going to put it. Okay. I think Hornets, pretty strong. I think they'll be able to come up with something spicy, get one, but I don't think it's quite going to be a 3-2. I think Astronauts, especially, we've talked about Melly G so many times, just strong, consistent, and has that champ pool that can carry games.
I agree. Arlen, though, you go ahead. Let me know what you're thinking in there.
Oh, I think it's going to be a 3-0 for the Astronauts. I think they're just too strong in too many roles across the board. And the one role they might be stronger in, it's kind of irrelevant because it's support. So I think it's going to be a 3-0 for the Astronauts.
I'll shed a tear for all of the support mains out there. Don't you worry.
Hey.
Oh, now you guys have given. So here. Let's be real here. Last week, we all predicted 3-0 Astronauts. Well, not all 3-0 Astronauts. We all had different scorelines, but we all predicted Astronauts.
Yeah.
And it's tough not to keep that ball rolling. It's tough not to keep the faith in this team, who has just shown us time and time again how strong they are, how dominant they are out there. Yes, the Hornets are looking strong. I think it could potentially, there could be just a little fraction of hope there to potentially make it through, to get a win. We could get the upset. I'm hoping. That would be great, Make me upset. Do the Cinderella story. Get those wins. But if I'm being realistic with myself and everybody watching at home, it's got to be the Astronauts. Got to be the Astronauts. Do I think Hornets can take a game off? I agree with Becky. 3-1 in Astronauts' favor. Hornets are still looking strong. But Astronauts are just so dang tough to take down. And looking at the head-to-head, when they did have that crossover, I believe it was week 4, week 5, it was the Astronauts who did take down the Hornets. And that's realistically the only stats we have to look at for these teams against the head-to-head. So, gotta be.
All right, we'll see if that Cinderella story will be possible. Bees don't really fit very well into shoes, so I feel like Cinderella was maybe not. I guess, are there any Princess Bee stories? Not that I can think of, but I could just be fully out there. But I would be surprised and excited to see this Cinderella story actually unfold. I mean, Hornets, again, have been impressive, have been able to show off very well. We've just been watching Astronauts pretty closely. I feel like we've watched a lot of their games. We've been able to see the score line that they produced. And so it's going to be difficult, but you can see all of our predictions at the bottom, and we'll see if Hornets can prove us wrong. And I'm going to speak for the rest of the desk here too when I say that we would kind of like to be proven wrong.
Yeah.
We'd love to have a little bit of a back and forth, do a little bit of a tussle, be surprised, and have a very exciting series on our hand. Gurf is just communicating with the players, seeing if we're ready to go.
Yep.
Are we good?
About time. I believe we're just doing some final checks here for these guys. I think it is actually Keen having some PC problems, so we're going to make sure that is all cleared up before we actually get going with this draft. Unless the players are good to go, they have them in call and they're just waiting to actually get into lobby. I'll wait for the captains, told them to stand by for draft. So we're just a couple moments away from actually heading on over to get this thing started on up. But yeah, back to that point you were talking about, Becky. It would be a pleasant surprise. I think that was the words I was trying to look for there. If the Hornets can get the upset here, yes, Astronauts coming in are the favorite team. We can't count the Hornets. They're 1B. They had a strong season as well, too. I think it was only one game off. One team was 18-3. The other was 17-4. Pretty damn good records from both these teams this split.
Oh, yeah, very good records, very good gameplay, and just great League of Legends all around. All right, this is going to be kind of an off-the-wall question, but we got a few seconds to kill. Which one of these teams do you think is going to have the better skin synergy?
Oh, gotta be Hornets. Gotta be Hornets.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think, Arlen? The skin synergy.
It's probably going to be the Hornets. I think so.
They say skins equal wins, so we'll see if they've got the better skin synergy. That might help them out a little bit.
There might have been some coordination even last year in summer if they had matchings. I can't remember back to all the way then, but yeah, you know what? Ultra, Web, and Giggle have all been on a team together. Cup and Banishka have been playing with them for a while, so I think there's got to be a little bit of communication behind the scenes to say, what can we do just to get in the heads of the astronauts to come in saying, hey, look at us, hey, look at us.
I'm just saying, there's a whole lot of Star Guardian champions right now. It's pretty easy to start matching up. I was looking at the like skin page yesterday, and I was like, there's like 30 well, granted some of them are Wild Rift, but there's like 30 champions now with Star Guardian skins, and it's kind of crazy. But you could find a role, any character, any role, pretty much have a Star Guardian skin to go along with it. So not looking too shabby if you're trying to do some of that meshing with your team on a different facet. All right, teams, are we ready to rumble?
Close enough as we'll get ready. I've asked the players. We'll head on over to draft. We'll do some hypothesizing for what picks we're gonna see, because yeah, this is a marathon, not a sprint. Teams got to play smart. Teams got to draft smart. And yeah, we are ready to go. So thank you so much, Becky.
All right, have a great time.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's go.
All right. Game number 1, Arlen. Are you ready? I don't think I'm ready. I think it's dawning on me right now how much excitement I've drawn in over the years from these VAD finals, but we're gonna see some crazy stuff, I'm hoping. What are we thinking here? B1s, R5s, those are kind of our key moments here, those defining draft picks that kind of can shake things up. What are we gonna be expecting here from these teams?
I think we should. Both teams are coached, right? So both teams have coaches who look at the meta, who go off of the meta, acknowledge the meta, and plan around strategies like that. We should definitely see B1s and R5s of Silas, Talia, Poppy, generally strong blind pickable stuff like that. Diana as well. Diana getting banned away, of course, so she's not going to be there. But stuff like that really is hard to counter and really takes away so much from the opponent. Maybe even a Gnar or two in there, but if that's the case, we might see an Irelia come through as well. Melly G did play that. So either way, those are the ones I'm really looking at. Those strong duelists, those strong mid laners who can roam around the map and apply pressure, or those junglers who are just everywhere all at once and doing too much damage.
Yeah, and I'm seeing the bans coming on out, rightfully so. Astronauts will be removed from, sorry, not the astronauts. The Vayne will be removed by the astronauts. The astronauts remove themselves. No. Vayne's gone. That is one of Giggle's picks. Main picks, to say that for sure. Lucian is also gone. The bot lane, I think, is going to be getting some heavy targeting, but so is Orange, something that Banishka has been picking up as well, too. Pretty comfortable on that. Just confirming what the players need here for the... I'm not too sure what they need. A password for what? What's the password? What's the keystone? Password. Magic thing is maybe this Wukong as B1. I'm surprised Seraphine's on the board right now, Arlen, and that's been a pretty popular pick, but it will be the Wukong first. Astronauts gotta be asking themselves, is the Seraphine worth it for us?
Yeah, and this is also kind of where you ask the question, is the Talia worth it for us, right? If you can probably pick up Talia Poppy right here, and you can get that kind of wall combo going. But instead, they're going to be going for the new and improved Sivir, who is tearing up the Wisp right now, along with the Mordekaiser. So strong top lane, but easily counterable one. You can pick up the Fiora, possibly even the Jax as well, or just really rip into this guy with attack speed. But a Sivir next to him is going to make it really difficult to get away from him.
Again, though, it's Smelly G's Mordekaiser. Gonna see the Volley Bear coming through too, so we might just have a bunch of meatballs up in the top lane having a wet noodle fight. Not the end of the world there. It is going to mean that tower dive potentials for the Hornets is on the table. You've got that Stormbringer, you've got the Cyclone already on the board. What else can you use to get in the face of the astronauts, make their lives miserable? And on the side of the astronauts, probably ask themselves, are we going to be disengaging, or are we going to be answering back, fighting fire with fire? And a Lulu, you can make the monkey bigger, you can make the bear bigger. It's definitely a nice little addition to enable these bigger meatballs.
Absolutely. So now you know where the top lane / jungle is. You don't really have too much flexibility with Wukong and Volibear there, and you know the support. So what you can do here is, of course, counter the support, and that's what the astronaut's going to be doing with blocking in a Sony here, who I very much do enjoy into the Lulu. Outranges her quite nicely and does her job just that little bit better. You guys can take worse trades on paper, but since Sony heals and Lulu doesn't heal, you know, you're going to heal up at the end of the day. The Lulu can only shield and cry as your health bars get bigger and bigger and theirs get smaller and smaller. So Sona Seraphine, or Sona Sivir rather, in the bot side with a Lulu. Now you can just start banning out 80 carries, take away the real strong ones. It doesn't really matter too much as their attention is going to be devoted towards that mid lane and top lane with the Gangplank Kog'Maw potentially and Anivia bans.
One of the secret picks, another one, again, heavily focusing on those ADCs to be removed for a giggle. Again, very, very surprised that going for Sona over Seraphine still makes it through the ban phase, unless at this point there'd be no reason for the Hornets to ban it. They see the Sona. But yeah, very surprising. I've seen a lot of B1 Seraphines in the past couple days, but for some reason, not on the docket right now, not in the interest of either of these teams. They've got something else up their sleeves. And I'm excited to see what we're going to get for this mid matchup. If Webb is going to be bringing out something like that Azir, it's from time to time it can rear its face, but the foe has just kept on deepening the champion ocean that he's been creating. So will it be one of the new picks? Will we revert back to the brand from back in the day? I don't think so. With this team, you already have a couple of squishies, but big damage I'm expecting from both these mid laners.
Absolutely. So 8 seconds left. What do we pick here? Probably something just safe. Maybe, yeah, just give themselves a little bit of safety on the top side, a little bit of strong wave clear, strong pressure. So that's going to be Mordekaiser jungle with an R in the top lane. Now, what do you it's a very easy counter pick, but they don't have that luxury anymore, right? The Wukong, the Volibear, the locked in. It's really hard to like do anything about the Snar and Mordekaiser. So right now their draft edge is definitely in the favor of the Astronauts, unless you can get a strong combination from the Hornets. But with only their 80 carry and mid laner left, you only have so many poke options left, right? So they're gonna grab Jinx, one part of a poke composition. But what else do we grab? Quirky, not as strong anymore. Xerath, off the table, right? AP Kog'Maw also off the table. So it's really hard. Like, what do you pick with this guy? Azir is an option, but also counterable relatively easily. Maybe just the Swain is an option. Just look for a strong team comp, or they're going to pick Leah for themselves and really limit this Nar's options in team fights for, you know, his dashing, jumping, and movement spells.
That's what you've been asking for a while, Arlen. It's like, pick the Talia. Pick the Talia. Finally, in grand finals, we get a Talia. But I do believe she is fantastic. So strong right now. I don't know what her Qs are just hitting like absolute tanks. But Webb has been playing this champion. Been having a couple massive games recently. If I was going to look at his match history there. Very, very strong on this Talia. But Swain can be a slight hindrance to that. Can be a little bit annoying to get in the face. But I think if you're looking damage-wise, especially mid-game, if you were to compare Swain and Talia, one item apiece to each other, I would slightly favor that Talia in terms of the amount of burst that she's instantly going to be doing to your face.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely favor the Talia in terms of damage and, you know, burst per second, right? The Talia far and away beats out the Swain. But, you know, in a long drawn out team fight, the Swain is going to be doing a lot more over the time, especially with the Sona sitting on top of him, a Sivir sitting on top of him. He doesn't need to go phase rush in this matchup. He can in fact go conquer and just sit on their face, sit in the middle of their team, heal up so much and get so much value out of his entire kit. And that's really why this Swain pick is kind of scary. But it's just a matter if the Hornets are able to get this Talia Jinx rolling using the early pressure from the Volibear Wukong, whichever one goes jungle, then that's when their team comp really comes online, and it's really hard to stop them.
Kind of excited for this. You got some big members on the Astronauts. Mordekaiser, Swain, half an hour, technically, if you want to look at it like that. Because realistically, we're probably going to see that fleet footwork. It has been quite popular on the Gnar once again. Mini Gnar, it's, you know, if he gets in your face, he gets the stacks off. It's no joke how much damage he is going to be doing to you. But the main thing is we're looking out for Meli getting in these fights, TPing and managing that Gnar bar so he is there available with the Gnar in time to interrupt these fights. It's going to pair nicely with the On the Hunt, with the Demonic Ascension from the Swain. And Sona ult kind of mix in there to say, yeah, stop that. Mordekaiser takes someone out as well, too. Yeah, I really like the team fight potential. Long, drawn out, take your time, do a bunch of damage. However, for the Hornets, I think it's kind of going to be a lot of initiation coming through from them. They've got that Weaver's Wall. Tower dives are in the option here, right? You can send a lot of numbers to the bot lane very quickly. Gonna be tough to deal with. Yes, Sivir has Spell Shield, but Sona, one of the Squishiest champions? Sona or Seraphim? I don't know which one took the record for the Squishiest champion, Arlen.
I think it's Sona.
Still Sona, right?
Sona. Yeah, she's still way too squishy in that bot lane. But if they're able to poke her out, again, she has that healing, so it kind of negates a lot of their poke in that early game. Yeah, I'm just really looking at Finish can give me a cup ties to carry this early game with those two early game aggressive champions into this Gnar. They have ways to get on top of them. They can tower dive them very easily. So Meli has to play this lane kind of safely to scale up, and I do believe his team has the team fight edge. Of course, that may all go out the window if bot lane gets insanely fed early on. So who knows?
I'm looking at this bot lane. Relatively gonna be a slower lane starting off as for Giggle, because as Jinx, you need those items. You need at least 2 items to be popping off. New Sivir though. Oh, new Sivir has been incredible to watch. I haven't yet played because I've just been perma locking in support there so far, but it just seems she's able to just tear through health bars a lot more easily. On the Hunt is going to be great for kiting back. So realistically, looking at these two teams, if we're going head to head in a vacuum right now, we're at Dragon. Both these teams 5v5 doing the dance. What are we looking at? Who's initiating? And what needs to happen from either of these teams, Arlen?
So if we're looking at this in the situation with Dragon, both teams equal lines. No one's giving an inch. No one's coming to it late or early or anything. And they both have equal vision, right? They both can see everybody. What are we looking at? We're looking at the Hornets going in first. That's what they do best, right? They go in first. They have Talia to disengage any fights that kind of re-engage onto him. But for the most part, Binish, Give Me a Cup twice. They have to be the main engage options. Whereas Meli can play around for that Gnar bar, wait, and even if he uses it as a disengage tool, it'll still help his team out so much. If we see the Astronauts going first, it's probably because they're super far ahead, or because it's an uneven fight and they can just roll over the opponents using move speeds from Sivir's On the Hunt, Gale hitting a nice Sona ultimate, and then Swain just being in the middle of all of them, just sucking off all their health bars and stuff. So that's what I'm kind of looking through from the Astronauts versus the Hornets in this style of composition. Which team is favored more in the team fight? Hard to say. Both team fights are really good. But if I had to say a deciding factor, Talia versus Gnar, those are the ones I'm mostly looking at. If Talia is able to get fed, she can rip through this team comp. But if Meli is able to stay alive and survive the pressure he's going to be a given topside, his Gnar is going to be the difference maker.
I agree with that. I would add just one more key component. Is going to be Give Me a Cup twice as Woo. There needs to be the monkey management on this in this game, because if that Cyclone gets to the back line, it is going to be really tough to contend with the follow-up damage coming in from Hornets. After that, though, as long as you pick the right Wukong that is removed from the board, you got that Mordekaiser to make sure that happens. So Lindblom, keep an eye out, make sure you know which Wukong is which, and your backline won't have as much of a back time. Then absolutely agree with you, Arlen. They can follow up with all the things you just said. Hopefully, Melly G can use that ult offensively, but definitely going to be a good disengage tool once they pull the trigger. And definitely expecting Hornets to be the first ones to do that. But these players are lining up. We are getting ready. I am in the zone. I am ready to fire this up. Before we go to break, Arland, any final points, words of wisdom, advice for these players as we move into our first game here of tonight's Grand Finals?
Final words? Just play your game. It's both sides have a very straightforward game plan, and it comes down purely to execution and how well they're able to play at their lane states. That's just it.
All right, let's play some games. Let's get some action. It's Grand Finals. I'm fired up. Hopefully everyone at home too is ready for what is soon to be a banger, another memorable VAD Grand Finals. Predictions are going to be closing soon in chat, so make sure to get your votes in with those it's Vcoin. I almost called it the other thing that we're not allowed to call it, but we'll be back. Game number 1 starting soon. Don't go anywhere. Go grab your snacks because we're in for a night. Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Twitch chatters and gamers. We are ready to go for the game number 1 of tonight's grand finals here for VAD Summer 2022 Split. Another sure to be epic night. I'm fired up for this, and I'm joined by the legendary Arlen. How you doing tonight, buddy?
Doing great, Gurf. I'm doing spectacular, and I'm ready to cast some equally spectacular games tonight. Seems to me that we've got a stacking for the Hornets going on, expecting the invade. Not really sure why. I don't think the Astronauts have too great of an invade team. Maybe Swain Pool, I guess. But otherwise, 5 point for the sides of the Astronauts. Everyone walking around, milling around, making sure there isn't a counter invade coming through. And yeah, not too much to talk about. Nothing interesting, really, I think, on the side of the runes, besides maybe the fleet footwork for the Gnar. But even that has its merit. It does allow him to kite out this matchup that much easier. I did play this matchup last time myself in Clash, and let me say, not quite as good at Melee G at Gnar. I much would have preferred Irelia.
I mean, yeah, that's what we've been seeing, the fleet on the mini Gnar. It's not often we see the TP in with the mini Gnar. I think that happened in LCS the other day. It didn't go exactly to plan there, but yeah, Melee G's been pretty clean with it. We're going to see these mid laners, if they can be clean with it as well, too, because my eyes are going to be on Webb's Talia. Picking this one up recently, but looking pretty strong on it so far in solo queue. So will it translate on over here tonight? That is going to be a question. And back to skin synergy as well, too. Taking a look at this bot lane. Giggle and Ultro on it right now with the Star Guardian skins. I do believe that's what Becky mentioned. It's like, hey, you got a lot of Star Guardian skins to go for. So Giggle and Ultro, we're listening to that one. Maybe some more later tonight. And Arlen, we were even talking too. There's an astronaut line. There's a B line. We could make it happen. Maybe not for Bs. It's a lot of AP though.
It's an insane amount of AP. Luckily though, he's taking a lot of damage, getting the heal forced out of them, and that's a really good job. They achieved level 2 first, and that's what you're supposed to do, right? You grab level 2 in the bot lane, and you're just supposed to, go at the end. Now, however, they're kind of stuck in an awkward wave spot. But luckily, the Mordekaiser did leash, so he's pathing topside away from them. They do have their own jungle on the bot side, so he can help covers for their really awkward wave state, and even allows them to get some deep vision for potentially set up an early dragon, get some good backs off, and that's just how that match is probably going to go for a little bit.
Oof, a little bit of trading in the mid lane as well too, but Webb is the one lower on mana, more in the top lane as well. Back and forth, Ignite taking down on Defoe. Conquer stacks did come through, but Defoe backs on off. Melee G forced to jump away as well as he goes back into his mini form. But Lindblom possibly hunting for something in the mid lane. Does have that flash available. Goes forward. Lovely little answer from Webb though, just in time to get on out of there. As we have a lot of trading, a lot of skirmishing in these early levels, something I would expect from both these very aggressive teams. So let's see who's going to get one first, Arlen.
Absolutely, and even though that looked kind of like an advantage for Webb, it's really way more of an advantage for Defoe, especially after Lindblom game. Because see how Defoe is still catching CS in mid lane, still catching experience, still doing all these different things. I
don't know if he needed to flash there. The zap would have been really close to the spell shield, safety reasons, flashed away. But Keen, unfortunately, he's not going to be allowed to stay in lane. Those Jinx autos are going to reach back there if they get if Giggle's going to walk up. But oh, this is getting a little scary out here.
This is absolutely 100% diveable. No mana on a support Sona. I would just call over my jungler right here, right now. Give me a cup twice just to sprint over. They have all the pressure on the bot side. They know Mordekaiser's top side because they, they start at opposite paths. They can even steal the Gromp if they wanted to, but I guess that's not the call, as we do see the jungler recall. The bot lane probably just wants to shove this in and reset themselves. They are sitting on quite a nice chunk of gold. The Jinx went with the 3 pots with the longsword, so she's only needs about 950 to reset for her new quiver. I do believe 950.
About around in the area, yeah.
It's close enough. 1300 is the new quiver price. 950, I think, is right. So, yeah, just need a few more CS. Unfortunately, didn't quite get there. About 150 gold off 130. Thereabouts. So now both junglers on the bot side of the map, and this is really awkward for the Wukong because they have the bot slide pressure, but they don't necessarily have the camps to match up as they're going to start dueling down here.
Yeah, they spot each other out. back on off for now. Nothing too crazy happening. Again, trading in the top lane. Meli is just forced Benishk underneath the tower. But right now, it's actually Dragon getting started on up. Give me a cup twice. Has seen a little bit of a window here in Web. Running interference, forcing Lindblum and Defoe away from any potential steal. And even if you look in the bot lane too, Giggle walking on up, getting vision in. So this is just lovely little setup for the Dragon. All the pieces come together. Gives them a nice safe opportunity to secure that first ocean. We will be seeing that mountain in 5 minutes, but the soul going to be a question mark. Hopefully we don't start it off with the cloud. Maybe let's something a little bit more spicy, Arlen.
Hopefully it's not a cloud, but if it is a cloud, Binish and Give Me a Cup twice will love that Drake so much. Defoe as well would like it. Lindblum also gets some benefits from it. Keen as well. Pretty much everybody except for Webb, Giggle, and Ultra, I think, would like a cloud Drake. So it's not too bad of a Drake here, but this cloud or this ocean Drake, however, it's huge. It allows for this bot lane of Giggle, Queef, and Outro to stay in lane so much longer if they take a bad trade, which they haven't really. They are in control of this lane. It just allows them to stay in that lane and exert so much more control, so much more availability. It also allows for Binish to stay in his lane as well, getting poked down by the Nard that he is. So both sides of this match, or this map, love this Drake so very much, and it's honestly why it's one of the best early Drakes in the game.
Well, for now, we are chilling. At least I say that for the moment. Things start to happen as they tend to do. Oh, that's Ignite ticking down. Final auto comes through. And it's Webb who picks up first blood for the Hornets. We're on the board. We're ready to go. Lindblum does end up walking on into this jungle, taking away the blue buff. Cup just has to watch, but in comes Webb with the Weaver's Wall. A little low on mana, dodging away from that knockup. It's directed Cam. Might be doing a little bit of trolling, but Cup looking to re-engage. Webb has no mana to follow up. Meli G, question mark on that ult right there. Look how low they are. They're escaping with absolutely no HP. Benish coming on down. Lindblum is going to be taken on out by the Volley Bear. Stormbringer being put to good use. Webb still hovering around the side. Knocked back into the bear. Meli G's on the run. He's got that flash available, but can he get out to safety? Boomerang's gonna go wide. He flashes forward, still gets stunned. Banishk, the rotation down. The savior bear will pick up 2 kills for himself, and Hornets taking themselves an early lead.
That was really interesting by Lindblum, but really well played by the side of the Hornets. They understood that they had just killed mid lane. Bot lane, or top lane rather, was walking down. He was dueling with Meli G the whole time. So this is a very nice play by Webb. Very smart to stay outside of his flash Q range from Meli G. Just give him a nice little knockback. He doesn't get the assist because it doesn't technically do damage, but he gets the assist in our hearts. Unfortunately, Meli G mistimed that flash and gets stunned anyway. And that's just another double kill for Binish, who all of a sudden flips the matchup in the top side.
Maybe a little bit of nerves coming through. Yes, they might be former champs, but hey, finals has got to be putting the pressure on. But Benish, with that lead, sitting on the Bambis and those plated steel caps, is going to make this a whole heck of a lot harder for Meli G to find any sort of poke. So where it's going to go, where those resources are going to end up for the Astronauts now, a bit of a question, because even bot lane getting completely shoved in. Gale's taken down to a quarter HP. And thankfully, actually, no, Super Mega Death Rocket is available, so if Giggle gets another auto on a Gale, could spell certain doom. Lindblum is going to start up this Rift Herald, though, so I am, again, curious to know what you think lane it's actually going to be ending up in.
It's a hard thing to say. It probably should go bot side or mid, but realistically, the only lane where you actually have pressure is top lane. Defoe, even if he looks like he has pressure, he's always dancing on the edge of that Talia W, right? He has to be so incredibly scared of that Talia WE combo that it's really hard for them to really go for a gank opportunity. Because just like that, look at that. Talia didn't even hit the W, still doing so much damage to this champion, and he's doing his best to trade back. So yeah, it's probably going to go top lane here, you have to imagine.
I would think so, but no TP yet for Benish, so I'm honestly thinking that's not a bad idea if the Herald is going to be routed through top lane. Benish probably asking his scheme right now, hey, are we going to go for playing the bot lane? My TP is going to be up, and I believe, 2 minutes on the dot right now. Dragon up in 40 seconds, so if it's drawn out, we could see potentially dive in this bot lane, set up for another Dragon, get yourselves on the board nice and early with these Drakes. It's going to help you in the long run in securing that soul, which is honestly, at the end of the day, we meme Cloud Soul all the time. I'm sure every other caster in existence have done it at one point. Regardless, though, Soul is going to help your team. Macro is the game here, and that is what's going to win you games, is getting tempo off of these objectives. Definitely something in the mind of the Hornets right now, as Cup is already in this jungle, trading out with Limbloom. Both of them sitting on that red buff right now, but Giggle and Ultra are going to be the first ones to rotate on over. Keen is lurking over the wall, but low mana bars on the side of Astronauts right now. Going to make it hard to contend with this pressure in the jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. So both teams going back and forth. It's looking to grab this Drake. Who do I give the edge to? I don't know if Limbloom is able to get a nice
he's
little...
He's turned into a squirrel. Yes, he got shield, so an ult will be coming on out. Limbloom taken low. Last auto from Giggle is Limbloom. I think he accepted his fate right there. Dragon's going to get started up, and Astronauts unfortunately going to have to sit by and watch this one taken once again. Hornets being the first to these objectives, being the first to set up vision. And a little bit of an unfortunate blast cone there. More trading in the top lane. We'll see if it does go anywhere, as LEG might be feeling himself. Does have that Sheen, a lot of tankiness to contend with. That is going to be a bam he has to deal with, but Stormbringer on down. Gnar was put into the wall, but Banesh looking strong in the mini form. He's gonna gobble up that poor little Yordle. See you later, Melly G. Banish now 3-0 on the board as Webb finds himself another solo kill. That is 2 back-to-back solos for the Hornets. 6-0 on the board. About 3.2k gold lead here at 12 minutes, and I just realized it's quite early on, Arland.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on with Astronauts. It just looks like they're falling apart. I don't, first it was the blast cone. I was going to say something about Limbloom looking and finding an angle, but gets blast coned over by his own team, I think, or maybe a nice little auto from Ultra. And then top lane going for an aggressive trade that they maybe had a chance of winning. It really looked close, and then in the mid lane just getting completely surprised by the Talia's damage. And yeah, it's just looking like Astronauts are just kind of falling apart at the seams, while as the Hornets are playing as better than they ever have before. It really does look like. So if they can keep up this momentum, they do, both teams, it's not really a matter of which team outscales the other, because they both scale very well, but they have the advantage in certain lanes. If they're able to get those lanes ahead, they're going to be a nightmare to deal with in these later game team fights.
This is a really fantastic start. Limbloom might try it and look for something, but again, Webb has been so good on this Talia, dancing around, floating like a butterfly and stinging like a hornet, because he has just been pumping out the damage. Herald, though, you called it, into the mid lane it does go. See if they can get some plates picked up here. I do believe it all goes into Limbloom's pocket as the gank occurring in this top lane. Cup is going to be up there. Melly jumping, flashing away, does not want to get picked off again. Doesn't want to give any more gold over to this volley bear. And these teams will part ways for now. 2 minutes 50 to the next drag. Horn is still with the lead, but no turrets yet taken. It's still quite early on, but plates are going to be disappearing in the next 20 seconds. And it is nice. At least that Herald was used to get a little bit of extra gold into Limbloom's pocket.
Yeah, you just have to use it, right? If the Herald isn't being used for gold, at least the first Herald, right? If it isn't being used for gold, it's kind of a useless objective. Like, why else would you take it? Unless you have a lane that's so hard winning, they take first tower before 14 minutes and they're able to crack tier 2 with it. Then it gets insane as the foe again.
Ooh, that's scary. Wow. That's so scary. Is this why
the stun that landed?
This is why you wanted Talia all split, right? For this.
Absolutely.
And I agree. Yep. This is amazing to watch. So much damage being pumped out. This is ridiculous. Limbloom is going to be spotted out on the board. Just look at the river too. The vision that has been set up here by the Hornets. They know where this Mord is. Cup's in the area, so if they do attempt to gank, which I would think would be a bad call at this point, knowing you've been spotted, just walk on back. Go to your jungle. Go farm back up, because right now, you look at the Astronauts are lane 0-2, 0-2, 0-2 for top, jungle, and mid, where generally Astronauts, that is where their strength lies. I do have to commend Keen and Gale right now holding on in the bot lane, staying deathless, especially against this pressure that Giggle and Ultra have been putting on all throughout this game. It's been quite impressive, but Limbloom might look up to step up and punish Giggle and Ultra. Or not.
And even though they are, deathless, right? You have to look at the CS discrepancy, right? Almost 40 CS down at this moment, reaching up into that closer to 30 at this point, but still. They're down quite a lot of CS, and that's a huge difference when it comes to items and when it comes to, you know, these later stages of the game when you're dealing with hyper-scaling AD carries. They need their gold. There, you know, there was that old adage about Sivir being a 300 CS champion before she came online, and that's still true, if not even more so with her recent changes to her Q now scaling with crit damage. So she really does need as much crit, as much damage as possible. And if she's not getting that, then she is really just an ult bot for your team. And in that place, why wouldn't you just have an Ashe for an ult bot?
A lot of questions right now. It is still game one. We'll give them that, a little bit of warm up, and not out of the territory for players to take it a little bit easy in this first game. But Hornets not doing that right now. They're actually going to go on in because Cup is in this mid lane, hopping on Defoe. That's going to be the Cyclone pop. Defoe trying to walk on back. The Wild Growth going down on a Cup. That's a Giant Monkey in from downtown. Giggle with the Super Mega Death Rocket will find that pick. Lindblom is the next target, but he's going to pop the Death Realm. Cup is stuck on in it. Can he at least soak him some stacks back? Yes, he will, but now he's out and on the wrong side of this one. Flashing forward, trying to find Ultra, but Giggle is going to take him down first. It's a double, flashing forward, looking for a triple, but Gale flashing out himself. Melly has roamed down from this top lane, but 3v1, you do not like those odds. I don't either. So Melly backs on off, but it's threatening that mid tower. More especially so, it will be the Cloud Soul.
Yeah, really just good play from the side of the Hornets. As we see, take another look at this play. Very nice snipe from downtown coming through from the Jinx. And unfortunately, the jungler does die from a mistimed shove. Gets red smite, gets smacked in the head with a hammer a few times. But really, just look at how fast Giggle is able to stack that lethal tempo, then just starts autoing for days, and the range on those rockets is just insane. Flashes, for some reason, probably just to get closer, but either way, forces out the Sona flash as well, forces out Keen's flash pretty much solo. And right now, you're looking at an absolute monster anywhere you look, except for maybe the support role?
Yeah,
maybe?
I would say so. Giggle's kind of huge right now. You talked about the gold difference, doing some quick math, quick analyzing right now. Hold on. 1,400? 1,400? No. More than that.
Maybe?
No. Hold on. Is that 2,400? No way. It's that much already. It is that much already. 2,400 gold up. I mean, you pick up 3 kills. It's going to help you a lot. Significantly 4-0 on that Jinx. Already has the Kraken completed 2 Keen's non-mythic. So this is a not great place you want to be in right now for Astronauts. I think they got to find a way to try and slow things down, but Hornets have just been hammering them nonstop this game. Lindblom walks the wrong way, does not check left before crossing the street, and he's going to get mowed down by that Talia. Cyclone was used as well just for extra insurance policy, but Nether Herald is on the board. Hornets going straight for it.
I don't think it's a matter of playing slower, because this game was relatively slow, just a few kills back and forth. Thereabouts, but for the most part, it's really just been them just dominating in lanes, right? It's just been the lanes winning, and the jungler taking advantage of that. They found opportunities on both sides, you know, both junglers did, but it's really just the laners playing better. That's the biggest part about the series. Kind of what we didn't expect. You know, we were kind of thinking opposite. Melly G, Defoe dominating, Lindblom picking up these free objectives, but it's been the complete opposite, and it's really kind of surprising.
Yeah, and we definitely expected, you know, tonight for Giggle and Ultra to be those major threats coming out of the Hornets, but definitely gonna bring some attention to Webb's Talia and Benish. We talked about Benish being potential dark horse here tonight. Had that tougher matchup against Melly here, but has been playing so well, taking a little bit of poke here, but Melly knows he can't fully go into this. He knows what Benish has been doing to him all game. Does have that completed Triforce, so should be pumping out a little bit more damage, but Benish is going to be going back and forth here. Lindblom is in the area, so Benish actually goes a little bit forward. Could be scary. However, Cup is in the top lane as well, too. Going to be followed up by Ultra, who's coming up, too, but sucked into the Death Realm. Lindblom is there. A little bit of a fake out with the wrong monkey, and there's Webb with the Weaver's Wall on the back line. That's going to be the Super Mega Death Rocket coming once again from downtown Melly, jumping off the wall, but Lindblom is left by himself, stuck on the other side of the wall, and he is taking out Webb, going on a rampage. It's the Rift Herald getting a charge off on this tier 1 top tower, which goes down. Gale Defoe coming around the corner as well too, but jumping on with the Stormbringer. That's going to be massive. Wild Growth onto the Volley Bear as well too. Melly G will get the Gnar off onto two. Banish flashing over the wall, but Melly G getting lower. Web still in the back, firing off some damage. I think Giggle currently solo pushing in the mid lane, so continuing to get pressure off elsewhere on this map as we go back and forth in this top lane. Absolute madness up here.
Well, you know, they managed to get the jungler, so that's very, very good stuff.
Oh, no.
Coming through from the side of,
Oh no, Gale, you don't want that smoke. You don't want that smoke, Gale. Run away. Oh, too risky. That could have been really, really bad. I don't think it's
really
done yet,
bad.
though.
That's Melly. I don't think Melly listens.
Oh my God, Arlen. Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
That's why we picked Talia. Talia is picked exactly for this reason, because if you're a mid lane mage who tries to match her at range, you're going to lose, as we saw with Swain, right? If you're a champion with, you know, a bruiser, an assassin, whatever, with dashes, you're going to lose because you can't get through her anti-dash field. It's just hard to play into her. So as we get into the replay, see exactly what happened. It's just Banish trading because he knows that he has pressure on the top side, even with Mordekaiser waiting in the bush. And they see that, they spot it out there, ready to just walk in there. Give me a cup twice, baits him out beautifully with this little clone maneuver right here. Look at that. Lovely. And he knows that he's in trouble. He gets told that by his team that Web is up there with the wall. Even though Melly can hop over it, he can't. He gets taken out first. And if we're able to talk about it, I want to talk about Melly. He almost had the Gnar of the century, a game-winning, a game-changing Gnar. But unfortunately, we're not going to be getting there.
No.
Oh, it was so good. It was almost there.
It was.
Last second.
If I had a secondary PC along set up with the capture card, then we could have made the magic happen. But hey, you know what? Doing a little solo bolo over here and produce. But we're making some magic happen regardless. I think the Hornets are making this even more magical. You just saw that. Weaver's wall blocks him off, does not allow them to walk on in. The soul easily secured here by the Hornets, though. Banish going in, massive Stormbringer, just he's dancing on them. He's literally dancing on them, Arlen. Look at Giggle Queen free firing away. Astronauts get wiped completely off this map. Almost an ace, but they secure the soul beforehand. Baron pings are coming through. Oh my goodness, Arlen.
Oh, solo queue. I would have FF'd a while ago. This is just one of those games where it's just complete domination. Complete, you know, they're just in the zone from minute one, from second one. They are in this game to win it, and they are proving that. 6-0 on this Fleet, 7-0 on Giggle Queen, 3-0 on Banished up here on this Woolly Bear. And that's going to be, you know, a 22 minute, solo, and just look at them go. They are just smacking them around in the team fight, and it's just look at Giggle Queen's positioning, just so aggressive, does not care, and goes right for the team because they know that they're so far ahead, and his top lane is so strong that it can take all of Swain's damage and deal with his siphoning ability. So where do we go from here? Honestly, you're so strong at this point, nearly 12k ahead. Just walk it down mid as a unit. You don't need to worry about any fancy macro. You're going to win if you decide to dive.
Yeah, this is just the Hornets looking to play clean macro right now, and this is what they've been able to do classically for a long time, knowing Giggle's team, knowing Web and Altro, who have been with them for quite a long time. This is classically the style, which is to play these team fights clean shot calling, clean macro. And Astronauts are having a very hard time finding this one, trying to find those team fights where Astronauts classically have had that strength and just dominating team fights. You can't do it when you're down 12k gold. You can't do it when you got a 7-0-2 Jinx running around, free firing, and of course, Banish with that Stormbringer was just massive to set up that fight. Lovely stuff from the Hornets, and you're right, Arlen. It's just about keeping it clean to the end here. Going down the mid lane, looking for some more towers. Banish still pressuring up in the top lane, but it's a 1-3-1 that the Hornets have gone for right now. It's just pressure across the board. Turrets falling across the map. And Astronauts, if you're sitting in their position right now, probably asking yourself, okay, what happened that game? Where can we clean it up for game 2? Because mathematically at this point, oh my God, Web. You take the camera away for 2 seconds. That's what's going to happen. But we got another fight breaking on out as Web, off camera, finds a solo kill, blows up the foe. Weaver's wall will come on through, and this is just allowing Hornets to walk on up, secure that mid inhibitor. And Banish, he's on the other side of the wall. He's just going to walk right past him and say, I dare you approach me. Maybe a little bit too much of saying approach me. Getting chased right now by Melly G, but
We can go for it.
should be able to get on out, though. This leaves the rest of his team to continue going. Yes, you're trading with the top laner. Yes, you might be able to find Banish, but look what's happening to your base.
Does he even find British? He has so much healing, so much sustain, so much taking. I don't think he's going to be able to kill him in Mega, and I'm pretty sure he can't kill him in Mini. Melly G may have overextended.
Oh no,
And
Melly,
lost his
this
life
is
here.
so unfortunate to see. Back to Mini, and just
Oh,
saved by
Lip
Lip
Bloom.
Bloom. Narrowly avoiding death there, thankfully to his jungler, but still, the bear survives. The Stormbringer's here, has to deal 1v3, pulled on back, flashes away.
Flash.
You cannot kill the bear.
Wow. And he gets out. And that's why you take a Cloud Soul, folks. That Cloud Soul absolutely saved his life. That move speed was so integral, but Melly G trying to go for the hero play just doesn't have the manpower necessary, and this is one of the worst possible situations for the side of the Astronauts, because now the Hornets just need to focus on one lane only, and they can just funnel all the resources top side, all their vision top side, and it's going to be so incredibly hard for them to find an angle for the Astronauts to find a flank, which is what they need to somehow turn this game out, because in a straight up 5v5, Talia, Giggle Queef on this Jinx, they're just going to tear you apart. Give me a cup twice, even if he's not doing his the best, he can dance around with Mordekaiser in the Shadow Realm long enough for Banish to rip through the rest of your front line, which is only going to be Melly G and a foe. So yeah, really rough stuff, and this is where the siege begins, and you have to look at the Talia damage. Even if it's only single rocks, it will chunk.
Oh, absolutely. We've seen all game how much damage Webb's been doing at this point. Rabadon's, Ludens, and the Shadow Flame. Yeah, that's a lot to deal with. That's a lot of damage, and if you're a squishier member of the Astronauts right now, you are going to get absolutely blown up. Melly G will go in, finds the Gnar onto Altro. The Cyclone from Cup will interfere. Keen gets chunked on down, flashing forward, second cast of Cyclone. That's going to be an almost swipe. It's only Defoe left on here. He pops Demonic Ascension, but it will not be enough. A triple kill for Giggle, ending 10-0-4, deathless for 3 members of the Hornets. They're gonna clean game up 1 more than convincingly, Arlen. What a massive, massive start for them.
Absolutely, and I think, maybe our predictions were wrong. I don't want to say it first, or jump the gun rather, but our predictions could be wrong here.
Going back to the desk, let's see how Becky feels about that and our predictions. Oh my god.
I mean, okay, I'm gonna go. I don't even feel like I can really say anything. I'm just gonna like follow up with what Arlen just said, which is, first of all, congratulations to Arlen, who was like, you better be watching that mid lane because, as mentioned, was a huge instrumental part of Hornets being able to take that game. Webb did absolutely phenomenal in that round, and this is going to be a great series if they're all going to be this level of game. But Hornets absolutely brought the heat. Sting like a bee, if you've ever heard that. Wow. We're in for it for sure. What are we gonna need to see Astronauts do differently? What has to turn on its head? Was it champion picks? Was it the way that they played that game? Where do we start to really see the difference between these two teams, or how this started to fall apart for Astronauts, Arlen?
It's got to start in the lanes. That's the biggest issue with how they play the lanes and how they use the pressure that they got in the lanes, right? In the bot lane, they may have survived, but they didn't thrive, right? They didn't get any jungle pressure. They didn't get any ganks off because it's kind of hard to gank with the Mordekaiser when you have no pressure. He's a much better jungle duelist when you have pressure and you can invade the enemy jungle. And if they were able to do that in the top side a little bit more effectively, that would have been great. But in the mid lane is where they completely fell apart. Defoe just getting absolutely massacred by Webb on the Talia. And without that mid pressure, you can't invade with Lone Bloom on the top side. Even if your Gnar is 0-5, it's going to be an odd number fight.
Hello and welcome back. We're getting into game number 2 of the VAD finals here at Victoris. I'm going to be your host for this evening. My name is Becky, joined here by my lovely, beautiful, and amazing casters, Gurf and Arland, who did a fantastic job of navigating us through that crazy and unanticipated game number 1, where Hornets were able to bring down the astronauts from space and take them down on the rift. Will they be able to do it once again, or are we going to be in a little more favor and towards what we thought was going to happen? Because a lot of us definitely predicted an astronaut favored set of matches. So for that to immediately be shut down in a different direction, where exactly are we gonna go? We're waiting for our players to be all set up, and in that time, do we have any thoughts? What's gonna need to change? What is a thought that is at the forefront of your mind going into this second game? Start us off, Gurf.
Honestly, going back to what I was saying about potential jungle picks here for Limbloom, if we're gonna be seeing something that's more gank-worthy, gankable, who's able to do more ganks, you know what I'm trying to say here. You want to be setting up your teammates here. You want to be punishing the stuff what the Hornets were punishing. Essentially, when Melee was pushed up, you look for a gank. They got banished some kills, and it was kind of done from there on out. So if there's going to be the same, you saw how far up Giggle and Ultra were pushed. And in those early levels, right? That's a Jinx. That is, I believe it was a Lulu as well. Very gankable. Very easily to jump on, and we didn't see that happen, or did not see it successfully happen. Is that going to be the call? And it makes you kind of question, do you go 1-for-1 with this Hornets team who they just played their game? They force astronauts to play into their own game. And that again brings up the point I like to bring. Proactivity versus reactivity. Hornets were the proactive one that time, and the astronauts were reacting. So I think for them, astronauts need to reassess what their draft is going to be, reassess what their team identity is going to be going into this next game, because we are on the same sides. Hornets have chosen the blue side, and if it ain't broke for them, might as well run that back once more. But yeah.
All right, Arland, any things that you want to mention before going into this one? Draft order or pick order or champions?
Yeah, for draft pick ban, please probably ban Talia, or have something that is good in your back pocket. I know Defoe, we've talked about his champ Ocean. This is where he really needs to bust it out, dig deep, and find something that can really shut down this Talian lane. Most of her counter picks are champions that you traditionally don't really see outside of solo queue, because they just aren't as good, aren't as strong in comp, or really not what you need. But if you want to shut her down in a lane scenario, then you have to be willing to play them. If you don't have those in your back pocket, then you have to pick up the Azir. Go with the Poppy Azir combo that's been so strong in Korea, that's been dominating that meta for a while, or it's even starting to go over to the LPL. So really just pick up those two. Maybe grab the Sylas for yourself. Even though her ultimate isn't that great for Sylas, it's still a winning or going even matchup, and that's really what you need to look for. Or go for the TF, just look to get out of lane, not be there, don't have to deal with any of her damage, and go somewhere else on the map. Either way, that's what I want to see. I want to see a change up from the mid lane, because that was one of their weakest parts as a team.
Oh my gosh. Every time Arland really breaks down this is the team composition, or these are the two champions that work really well together, and we need to see this be a change from a team, I'm just wow. First off, maybe eventually my brain would get there, but would I be getting there within the next hour? Absolutely not. So, I mean, certainly something to be said for the analytics and breakdown that Arland is bringing here. And Poppy Azir combo would be phenomenal to see. It is a little bit spooky, though. Those are very high kind of gameplay level characters that you have to be quite familiar with to pilot. Do you think that is such a strong combo that you wouldn't need to have as much knowledge and orientation on those champions, or would you be pretty safe to go for that anyway?
I think if you can do the most basic, one of the more basic skills on Azir, which is, the Shurima Shuffle, if you're able to do that at a proficient level, then I think you have everything you need to know about these two champions pretty much down, right? As long as Poppy is able to say, I'm coming from this angle, so shuffle them towards me, then you're pretty much set, right? Even if you're not able to do the Shurima Shuffle, which is moving the soldiers and yourself at the same time, then ulting while you're still moving, as long as you're able to shuffle them towards your Poppy, and then your Poppy W, so they're caught in midair, and then you can slam them into the wall, I think you're really, really set on the combo. And extra stuff is like fluff, and you get more damage out of it, sure, but for the most part, that's the main combo you're looking for.
Okay, well, hopefully they're going to be able to get those combos that are so important. Maybe have a little more jungle presence as well. Be able to shut down that bot lane that ended up being very instrumental. A big breath of fresh air compared to what we have seen a lot in the VAD League that has been very jungle, mid, and top oriented. Cool to see that bot lane really start to shine and do some great things here. Gurf, do you have any final thoughts, or are we busy assessing how our players are doing in this lobby?
I have some final thoughts because there are some technical issues happening behind the scenes for Melly G right now. I do believe there's going to be a Phil top laner coming in for the Astronauts for game 2. We'll see if that proceeds throughout the night. So unfortunate situation sometimes is the case where sometimes the PCs just are not feeling themselves. So hopefully does not
mine
persist.
A few weeks ago, so I understand.
Yep,
it just
happens.
One day would not turn on, and I was like, oh no, this is great. Turns out Windows Updater just decided to not update properly and was broken. So wonderful things happen with computer problems. We've all been there. We all know it. And it makes your heart kind of stop for a little while.
It does kind of, like in finals too. Oh no!
Yeah.
No.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
So then, yeah, if they're gonna have somebody, Melly G is such a strong player that we've talked about so much. What are Astronauts gonna need to do? Where are they gonna have to focus a lot of their energy if they do lose Melly G here?
I mean, it's again, I'm looking at the bot lane. You gotta set back Giggle and Ultra. You gotta make sure they do not become the monsters that they were last game. So again, looking for highly gank-able, not gankable, gank-able junglers that are going to be interfering with that, putting Keen and Gale on something that is strong, something that is synergistic, something that, you know, yes, Gale is comfortable with those enchanters, but is it time to step up onto something that is tanky, that is engaging? Nautilus Leona, looking at you right now, that is something that you hit the level 2, you need to look for it immediately, and it will be able to set behind your enemy laner if you can actually pull the trigger when that time comes. But it's going to be interesting. I do believe the sub coming in is going to be potentially Sigma here. Was a support who filled in for the Hornets earlier this game. But I might be completely wrong because I see Melly G back online. I see him being invited to lobby. So we might be all okay back to normal, but still stands on the point to make about bot lane and what we're going to be doing here. But yes, Melly G's in. Players are ready to go, and we are ready to go for draft of game 2.
Welcome back, Melly G. So happy that you're through those computer problems. Those are no fun for everybody, but what we are hoping will be fun for the whole crew and everyone at home watching is going to be this game number 2 against the Astronauts and the Hornets. Will Astronauts get this redemption, or will Hornets continue to surprise us with some strong gameplay? And I'm going to send Griffin Arlen down to the Rift to find out.
Here we go. Game number 2. Slight PC problems. Melly G is back. No concerns about having to bring in a sub on finals night. So, A-okay. We're ready to go. Draft is about to get started up too, so we are just hitting them with the ready checks right now, and we'll see if Astronauts are ready draft-wise here for this next one as we get into it. Arlen talked about some opportunities. I didn't even think about the Poppy is here. That'd be pretty spicy. You bring him back,
It's really
stream him
good.
back into a W, then you knock him up with the Keeper's Vert. It's a lot of CC just between two champions.
It's a lot of CC because, so the thing is, when you get knocked back by Shurima Shuffle, it counts as a dash, right? So if your Poppy W is up, all of a sudden they're grounded. They can't flash even after they land. Then they get stunned into a wall, and then they get knocked up. So even if it's multiple people flashing, one person is still guaranteed to die after, and they don't even have to use the Poppy ultimate until later if they don't want. So it's a pretty darn strong combination if they're able to use it effectively.
Yeah, we will have to see. Again, still, I think, struggling with a few of some computer problems. I think it's
Yeah.
laptop battery related. And not to completely expose the situation behind the scenes, but he is doing everything in his power. I think plugging in from his car is what we're trying to go for. And at that point, I think let's just see if we can get back into something that's a little bit more consistent, a little bit more stable. So will be Sigma coming on in for this second game. We'll be filling in for Melly G right now, so we do have that updated as it stands right now. So flipping back around, do we see something safe on the top lane? I would say probably yes for Sigma. Coming in as a sub here on finals, it's going to be a bit of a learning point here, because Hornets, they're more than warmed up, Arland. They are ready to go, ready to fire this one up, and yeah, there's nothing that is going to be stopping them in their tracks right now. As yeah, we're just waiting right now for draft to get started up and fired up. This getting a few different draft law links here. Hopefully, you know what, I got multiple. We'll figure out which one it is. Whatever one starts moving first.
Yeah. Yeah, we probably see something safe in the top side for Sigma here. We don't want to put them on, like, you know, a duelist matchup when they haven't necessarily been doing that. You know, they have been playing that sort of style. So putting them on, you know, an Ornn, on a Mundo, on a Malphite, that's a great thing. You just have to draft around that, and you have to be ready for that. And it does allow Gale to not necessarily have to go the engage in the bot side, right? It does allow for them to still kind of play their style that they're used to, just without that extra damage in the top side. They have to draft even more damage in the bot side. So they have to get even more hyper carries, even more scaling picks from Defoe, from Keen, and potentially from Lindblum. But really, it comes down to what you change in the mid lane, or sorry, in the jungle. I want to see Lindblum on a heavy ganker.
Absolutely. I don't know if we see something like the Zac. I've seen a couple Zacs coming out recently. It is just like the easiest champion to look for ganks. You can go from such a far distance, end up in the lane. It's like, hey, let's go, team. Coordinate with your bot laners and say, okay, I need to be walking up right now. We need to be baiting them into this fight, because knowing the aggressiveness, seeing how aggressive Giggle was in pretty much the laning phase, the team fight, the mid game phase, the dragon fights, the big team fights. He was in the face of this. This is some like wild turtle energy. I'm in there. I'm flashing forward. I'm ready to fight no matter what. Side note, as we're still getting ready to go for draft, the Hornets doing just a minute amount of scouting for Sigma. Just checking out everything's A-okay. Player-wise, everything's A-okay. They're just checking for draft-wise, ban-wise, what is going to be the focus here, because with Melly off the board, there's going to be some redirects in terms of what we see a band away here. Looking back at, trying to look back at last game without, whew. Nope, that is again another draft law menu. No. I want to see the actual draft from last game. Thank you. Lovely stuff. We saw the ban of the Gangplank. I think that was really realistically the only one. I think it was more aimed at Defoe, if anything. I haven't seen Melly G's Gangplank too much. I would expect Defoe to be bringing out something wacky like the Gangplank in the mid lane. Let's see. Game number 2 about to be fired on up here. We'll see which of these draft laws they're going for right now, but I'm excited. I'm ready to see what these guys have in store. Azir plays would be pretty damn fun to see, but yes, officially, Arlen, we can say we're in draft.
Okay. Are we?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Officially.
All right. What do we see? First pick Talia, first ban Talia, get Talia off the table in one way or another, or they can stick to the same thing from the Hornets. I think that's a solid strategy. They don't really need to change up too much. Astronauts are the ones who need to do some adjustments, and they're going to be doing that in the form of taking away that Jinx. Also going to be taking away the Lucian, and it is going right through the ban phase. Lux, Senna, Lucian, Jinx, Vayne, so many AD carries off the board, and the Hornets, they get access to that first pick Talia.
I mean, it's on the board. Might as well go for it if it's available for you guys. So it's going to be quite spicy if they do decide. B1 Seraphine also an option for these teams if they so choose. Let's see what that option is going to be. Time is ticking down. But Comfort. And I would say Cup played relatively good on that Wukong last game. Run it back once again. Ornn will be the response. I would say maybe in the hands of Sigma, but not out of the question for the Astronauts to send that into the bot lane. We saw it last week.
Absolutely. Ornn? Wukong. Hmm. Which one? We did see it in the bot lane last week, but you have to imagine it's going topside because it's just such a safe pick. Sorry, that was hard for me. Such a safe pick for Sigma in the top side, and without the Senna in the bot lane, it's got no real value as a support. It's not as good as something like, say, a Set support or a Shen support. You know, other top laners who have gone into the support role. Even a Trundle support I find is a lot better because his pillar, his CC, his terrain generation is a lot more instant than the Ornn's, and a lot more easy to do stuff off of. So it's going to be Ornn probably in top side, another Mordekaiser jungle. They're just going to respond with the same things with the Hornets, force them to ban out a Kog'Maw next, and the Astronauts, they're going to fight fire with fire, and they're just going to say, you know, with the Jinx gone, with the Kog'Maw, who's probably going to be gone next, you don't have a lot of options to draft, but I think they do. I think the Hornets have the Varus still up their sleeve, and with the on-hit Varus buffs coming through like they have been, I think it's a very strong pick, especially if Gale isn't able to play an engaged champion who can take advantage of the Varus's weaknesses.
This is looking a little deja vu, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. Wukong, Volley, Lulu. That was the same picks for Hornets, and again, if it ain't broke, run it back again. Give Banish those skills, make him the big bear that he was in game number 1. Again, little question mark. Yeah, I'd agree with you. It's most likely that Ornn going to be in the top lane. Maybe, question mark. Seraphine does get banned because there is that potential. She could be let through. The Sona was picked R3, I believe, last game. And not going to let that one. I'm not going to let the better version of Sona. Let's be realistic here. Seraphine, slightly more health, longer range, ult. Better heals, better shields. I don't know what. It was a little question marky on the Sona last game. But this could be spicy. Could be potentially fun here if we see a little Soraka action. Okay, it's in.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I like this Soraka because, again, it's the idea that you know a hyper carry is going to come through for Giggle here. It's going to be either the Varus or the Kog'Maw. You know, who else could it be? Yeah, just the Varus and the Kog'Maw are the only ones left, I think. Maybe even the Twitch. That's always an option, right? Or even the Zeri. She's also very good with Lulu. They synergize very well. And she has a lot of easy dodges here in terms of dodging Ornn ult and Mordekaiser and stuff. So why not just go for the heavy engaged support into the Lulu, make their lives that little bit more difficult. The Soraka, she can survive that early laning phase, but this bot lane, again, I think just gets outscaled by something that's coming through with the Hornets. Speaking of the Hornets, they picked the Victor, strong mid laner, very good. When you pick into it, probably another boring matchup like Azir. I still think it's really good here, but they are heavily lacking AD, I think, if they're trying to go for some kind of wombo combo. But yeah, probably just grab the Azir here, maybe even a Vex.
It'd be interesting to see what they pick for Default. Again, I'm looking for aggressiveness. That Victor is going to be scary in the hands of either one of these two mid laners who get it, but in this case, it's Webb who ends up securing it. And okay, we get some Vel'Koz action. Bust out your protractors. Well, at least Default better be having it out for this one. Strong champ, true damage when you get those triple stacks off of the Vel'Koz passive can be extremely scary with the disintegration rate. But my concern is this: Wukong Volibear, they're getting in your face immediately on these fights. So Defoe needs to be so far back. How are they going to deal with this? And again, I have the question marks about the Mordekaiser, which is most likely in the hands of Lindblom. Not anything against the player personally, but about the pick specifically against the Hornets. It is not high ganking. Yes, in team fights, can you take someone out of those fights? Sure. But gank-wise, to be setting behind one of these lanes here, I'm not too sure about that Mordekaiser in the jungle again, Arland.
Yeah, Mordekaiser in jungle, not the greatest pick, but I really do love the Vel'Koz pick because they kind of still need more AD as a team overall. AP as a team overall, but it's like, what do you pick with it? Because no matter what, their jungler is just going to build Merc Treads and then kind of negate some of the damage from either of those champions. I think Vel'Koz is probably the best of that, right? It also synergizes very well with their disengage style of composition. They can run away with the Sivir, they can disengage with the Vel'Koz. His entire kit loves when champions just walk into him, walk into his abilities. Mordekaiser, they just ult a single player out, and then Ornn, you know, they just re-engage off of an Ornn ult, and that's all she wrote, right? So really do like the Vel'Koz here. Really does make a lot of sense. The Mordekaiser, like you said, is the only question mark, and it's just a matter of is Lindblom able to get the pressure in his lanes to where he can actually invade and fight this Wukong early?
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely be keeping my eyes on these two junglers because classically, Cup has been in the faces in the jungle of the enemies with this Wukong so far the series, and I would expect for them to be doing the exact same thing once again. You got a Soraka in the bot lane. I think, honestly, while she is squishy, this is not the easiest lane for the Hornets to be ganking. Spell Shield and the silence from Soraka, that makes diving towers a little risque. Been there a couple times. It's like, okay, dive me. I just pop out the silence and then walk away. It's like, hey, now what? Now what? Now what are you going to do? Still, though, in team fights, need to watch for the dive onto the back line. And I think if astronauts end up getting caught out in these fights unexpectedly, we saw that happen a couple times. We know Giggle, not afraid with those long-range globals, hit a nasty super mega death rocket last game. This time has one that does CC. So you find yourself a pick, and that's really going to be the trigger for Hornets to go on in. I would still slightly give this one to the Hornets. They're comfy on the majority of the comp we see here. They are warmed up and ready to go. I think there can be some answers from the astronauts, but what is that going to look like, Arland? What are their options against this squad that Hornets have drafted?
Their options, probably, I'm focusing heavily on Lindblom. I'm focusing heavily on Gale. If Gale is able to flip this lane for the astronauts, they're going to win lane, right? That's just how I think. Ashe is a really rough champion, especially in the Sivir. I have to give the edge to Sivir. Even at 3 items, Sivir is just a better champion, right? It's all on the supports here to really make a difference. So Ashe, if Gale is able to flip this matchup around, she's going to be able to move around the map and get a lot more gold, a lot more items, a lot more assists, a lot more frequently than this Lulu is, and that's what we want. That's the biggest point. And then for the jungle, we're looking at Lindblom. Again, if he's able to get the priority, is he able to find Wukong, right? That's the second part. If he gets priority, now he has to find the Wukong and actually duel him at an advantageous time for himself. And those are 2 players I'm looking for on the astronauts to kind of flip the narrative on its head.
Hoping to see if astronauts can step on up, because that first game, Hornets dominated from start to finish. So it's grand finals. It's a best of 5. You never know what can happen here. Classically, game 2 has been mentioned by many casters being this is the one. This is the game that decides the entire series, no matter what. See if those predictions are actually true. If the myth is true about game 2. But we'll have to take a quick break, get ourselves reoriented for this one as we get going. Hornets looking to set themselves up for match point right here, right now, back on the blue side. But astronauts are looking to mount a response. They need to if they want to keep their hopes alive for a little while longer and not get themselves absolutely in the mental gutter, if we want to say it like that, because it is tough to take a defeat like that, Arlen.
It is.
But here we go. Break time. We'll be back. Go get yourself hydrated. Go grab your snacks, and we'll see you on the Rift for game number 2.
Switch.
Ladies and gents, let's go. It's game number 2. We're back again. Gurf and Arlen, casting and bringing you guys all that VAD action. But tonight is grand finals. Tonight, best of 5 to decide who is going to be hanging their names in the Hall of Champions for all of eternity or until Discord is discontinued. We'll see what comes first. But it's Hornets up 1-0, and they took that first game convincingly. 3 out of 5 of these pieces are the same. That Wukong, that Volibear, that Lulu. Let's see if they're going to put that to good use. They're definitely on the tempo. They've got the momentum coming off that first game, but Astronauts need to make some plays. They need to make something happen here, Arland.
They absolutely do. Like you said, it was really just them getting beaten down in lanes, getting outscaled, getting out macroed, and that's pretty much why they lost. They didn't have any say in their own demise, and it was really just better play from the side of the Hornets. So what I want to see from the Astronauts, I want to see them play these lanes out a lot better. They have the chance to do this with a different top laner. They have the chance to do this with a different matchup with Defoe and Webb. So let's see some differences in how you play out these lanes, because it's pretty much the same thing with Victor and Talia. They both shove. They both like to get priority for their laner, or sorry, for their jungler, and then use that priority to secure Scuttle Crabs, secure objectives in the form of Drakes and or Rift Herald.
Again, looking at those objectives, a lot of focus from the Hornets, just being the ones first to the Dragon. That's the key moment. Minute and a half. You see those teams rotating on over, securing the vision, securing just that general area in the river is so important for actually clutching these things up. And the fact that Hornets did it from the blue side, slight disadvantage against the red in terms of Drakes, but yeah, just momentum, just pressure, just rotations and macro calls coming in from the Hornets, which I think overall was a slow burn. Death by 1,000 paper cuts, right? Take a little bit here, take a little bit there, and it will add up. And we'll see if that's going to be the return again for the side of the Hornets. Level 2 hit first by the side of Hornets in the bot lane is Giggle and Ultro. Again, putting the pressure on. This is where you want to see some pings or some communication from the Astronauts to say, hey, they're pushed up. They've got some pressure on us. This is a great lane to come and gank.
Yeah, but even if you do that, look at the junglers, right? It would take Lindblom completely messing up his clear to come down here and help their, the bot side. Whereas Give Me a Cup twice, he's already down there. He's already ready to go. And look at that. We already see Web clearing out mid lane, walking down, getting vision, getting priority in this river. So yeah, again, Giggle Queef Ultra, another pretty much free lane you have to imagine for the next 5 or so minutes, at least until second Drake is spawned. So they got quite a long time to be in control of this lane unless something happens. Gale hits some nice Qs or Keen is able to trade back some damage. I just don't think that's the case though.
Yeah, gonna be just trading poke so far. Ash walk on up. You got those volleys. Benishk and Sigma are going to be trading out in this top side. And you do have Limblum walking up there, but he's going to get immediately spotted out by that ward. So Benishk on the run might be a little bit too late because in comes the Mordekaiser looking for the first gank of the game. You do have Cup twice looking for the mid lane, but a little too late there as the foe gets underneath this tower. Benishk still on the run, trying to dash and duck around. It is just so close to finding it, but a flash actually coming on out. That was really close actually, but resources burned. That's got to put a target on the back of Benishk right now.
Absolutely, and that's a lane that you can gank once that level 6 is achieved. By the time they both hit level 6, Sigma will still be in control of this lane. He will still be able to Ornhorn from downtown, and I don't think Benishk will be able to get out of that even with the Stormbringer, right? So Lindblom just needs to make his way back up top side. The only issue is his camps. They're spawning on the bot side. He's going to have to sacrifice something, probably this Drake, if they want to make a play onto this Volibear.
Yeah, again, resources, macro game, and an Infernal Drake to start things off. Yes, it's not the soul, but I would think out of the individual Drakes you can get, this is probably one of the better ones. We saw last game, Arlen, a lot of low health bars, a lot of just narrow escapes, and that Infernal can sometimes make the difference in these early levels.
Absolutely, that early damage can give you quite a lot, even though it is only 4%. That stacks up quite quickly, right? That turns a longsword from 10%, 10 extra AD into 14 extra AD, and that's a pretty big increase. So that's what they need. No, that's 40%. My fault. I'm really good at math.
Still though, when the health bar's at 19 HP, right? That's the difference of like, oh, are they getting out?
Help. Yep, absolutely. So it's gonna be very important as we see the Wukong make his way bot side. This is what happens when you push up.
It's gonna be so toast. The heal comes out from Keen, but it is not gonna be enough. Keen is gonna be going down as well too. His Cup with the final auto picks up the kill. It's first blood for the Hornets. They're on the board first once again. A kill for Giggle, a kill for Cup, and it's looking really reminiscent of game number 1.
It really is. And it's just the 2v2 in the bot lane being so much better for the side of the Hornets. They're so strong. Give Me a Cup twice, pathing absolutely spectacular. This is what you need to do on the Wukong. Get those early skirmish, get those early ganks off. And Lindblom, again, he just doesn't have the champion to do anything early without priority, right? He's looking for fights in the jungle. He's farming up fairly well. He's keeping even with his Wukong, but it's not enough to actually look for things to play off. Benishk getting fairly low. This could be an opportunity for Sigma to go in, and they find it.
Call of Forge Gods coming on through. We'll land that one. Benishk is getting really low, and that's the power of the Forge God. Takes the solo. Sigma stepping up and not letting this bear get too scary up there. But, I mean, Ornn, equally as scary Arlen. He's got it all. Everything he's got you could possibly want in his kit. And it's a question mark of how do we stop him? Gonna keep an eye on Giggle's build as we get into this game as well too, because Ash can eventually get to that shredding point, but for now, it's just volleys. It's just gonna be slows, and not really gonna be seeing that Ash in the top lane anytime soon.
And look at that, they're using the pressure of that solo kill to secure Lindblom more farm, more CS, more advantage for himself, and they're more than likely just gonna take his entire top side from the side of Give Me a Cup twice. He realizes he's smartly waiting down bot side, just looking for another gank opportunity as they're going to speed up Giggle Queen.
Oh, both the flashes are down. The heal is gone from Keen, and Keen is peeling on off. They might just be able to get both. Gale getting super low. Giggle still walking forward. One more auto will do it. That's a kill picked up for the Ash, and Keen has got nowhere to go. Does not have a spell shield. Walking into turret range. Still gets hit by the volley. It's a double for Giggle. 3-0-1, another massive start for the Hornets bot lane, and it's already getting out of hand very early on, not even 8 minutes into this game.
Absolutely, and I'm not sure if the flash is worth. I'm pretty sure they definitely 100% sure they still get that kill, but I guess he's going to secure that for the Ash. That's going to be an ultimate from Limblum.
Yeah, taking Banish to the Death Realm into the Shadow Realm. I prefer to call it the Shadow Realm, but Stormbringer on over the wall, followed up by a flash. That Blast Cone will take Limblum over just into the Tribush there, but the Disintegration Ray melts him down. Limblum just having that AoE around him is going to secure the kill, so we'll put Astronauts here on the board for some jungler gold, which is not going to be the worst thing to have here. And Prio onto the Herald, so some nice start off here. Again, question mark on where that Herald is actually going to be going.
Oh, this is a nice dive.
I don't think it's bot. They got spotted out though with that control ward on it.
Yeah, they see him on the control ward, but still, very nice dive opportunity, very nice setup, and look at what they're going to get off of it as Gale. Oh, he's going to go over the wall.
Cup goes over the wall, into the Cyclone. Gale getting lower. That's going to be the arrow coming from downtown once again. Sirach is picked off. This, oh my god, Chaos Storm to even clean up. Keen, that bot lane is in so much trouble right now. Astronauts need to find some sort of answer. It's not going to be on this bot side though, Arlet.
It can't be on this top bot side. There's nothing they can do in this bot lane anymore. In fact, I would probably just have Soraka start roaming, if that's even at all possible. It's just so hard to do anything. On the top side, though, it's a completely different story. They're able to find a repel. They're able to find multiple kills on Diminish right here. He's even going for an AP-style build, so a lot more damage, a lot less tanky. And maybe this adaptation, kind of weird. I don't mind it. They do have less damage in terms of burst from Talia versus Victor, but Victor still does quite a bit of damage, especially going with his first strike build, but that dive bot, so nicely set up. It was so well coordinated. Even if they didn't necessarily find the original play they wanted, they were still able to find something, and that's the most important part. As we started fighting topside again.
All the Forge God once again will land on a Banish Sigma there, setting it up nicely, but another lovely flash from Banish. Just back in time for this, but oh, narrowly pulled on back. Limblum is there once again, taking out that top laner. And you know what? Kind of leaning into what we were asking for, which is, you know your bot lane's in shambles right now. Don't play weak side. Limblum now twice in this top lane have found those kills. Herald's going to be spawned as well too. And I think it will be a little bit of shared gold between these two members. As yeah, lots of plates, lots of gold. Will slightly equalize things out here across the board here for the Astronauts.
Absolutely. So it's not a complete wash of a game like last time, but it is this bot lane far and away too strong to even step up and deal with unless you bring in all 5 members. On the top side, they are doing very well for themselves, and that's where I'm going to be focusing. That's where you got to look at Limblum. It's kind of all on him right now. Defoe's doing his best, looking for an all-in opportunity.
Oh, Disintegration Way onto Web. That cage is not going to do squat. Defoe with a solo kill into the mid lane. Stepping up, that disintegration, we mentioned it in draft. It's no joke. True damage is gonna melt you down, especially as Victor. So even though Defoe did not have his mythic there, that is definitely gonna be a step in the right direction to getting back in line with the Hornets here and equalizing this game out a little bit further. Only 1.5K-ish behind right now as the Astronauts are finding a few picks here and there, but Dragon on the board right now, and you can see this jungle is lit up. Limblum gonna need to be really careful making his way down for this one.
Yeah, this is looking real dangerous for them. Oh, Gale.
Oh no, Gale spotted on an award. Cup goes on over. That's the Crystal Arrow. Taking the wish to heal up a little bit more, plus the Silver heal. It is, again, not going to be enough. And now 3v1, actually make it a 1v1 because Cup was just taken to the Death Realm. He's going to have a nasty surprise when he comes on out because there are 4 members of the Hornets lurking in the jungle, waiting, hunting him down, forces him to back on off. Defoe is around the corner. Disintegration Ray is not off a cooldown for another 25 seconds. So again, it's going to be another Dragon here picked up for the Hornets, one step closer towards securing the soul.
Yep, and it's going to be an Hextech. I almost said Ocean Soul, but it is going to be a Hextech Soul. Super strong. It's probably easily the strongest Drake in the game right now, and even with the buffs, it's only going to be getting better. So yeah, you really just got to prioritize it. If you give this up to a poke team with an Ashe with a Victor, oh man, you're never going to be able to escape anything that they throw at you. It's going to be them running you down on repeat. Not a pretty situation, not a situation you want to find yourself in. However, the Astronauts, they're holding on, they're finding opportunities here and there. It's not quite as lost as it was last time. It is still 2K. I think last time it was like 3K at 12 minutes.
Yeah,
or 4K, something like
even
that.
a little bit more than that. It was really rough in around this time last game. So
yeah.
slightly.
So it's looking a lot better.
Yeah.
They might be able to find web here, though.
Oh, nice.
Does it quite have flash? Nope, he's just going to get out.
Nice little cue there from Defoe. Sigma again looking to go toe-to-toe with Benish up in this top lane. Does have Call the Forge God available. Might want to trade down a little bit more before actually committing to it, but has so far. Again, walking up to the top lane, Lindblom is looking for it, not spotted out because that control ward is in the bush, so always looking to at least secure some more vision, but walks too far ahead, gets hit by Call the Forge God, tries to Stormbringer his way out of there. Will it be enough? Just the last little bit, 30 HP will be secured by Lindblom, but Cup makes his way to the top lane, hits up the Cyclone, and gets a double kill. Are you kidding me? It looked like it was clean. It looked like it was in the bag for the Astronauts, but Cup is there once again in the right place at the right time, gets the counter gank, and turns things back around for the Hornets.
Oh, yeah. The Hornets, this was the only side of the map they were losing, and just like that, give me a cup twice, goes up top side one time, and turns that completely around for his team. Ornn is able to complete his mythic item, but, you know, it's an Ornn with a mythic item. It's not quite as strong or as useful as giving a cup twice completing his, Web completing his, or Gilgalqueep completing his as well. So these guys all super strong for the side of the Hornets. What do? You just need to keep scaling. They're doing it really well in lane. They don't need to change up any of their game plan. They just need to keep scaling, wait 2 minutes, 40 seconds for this next Drake, and then they're going to be able to steamroll the rest of the team.
Yeah, Soul at 17, or sitting on Soul Point at 17 minutes. You're ideally in the neighborhood for securing yourself a 22, 23 minute Soul with Hextech. That is potentially something that could, again, put Astronauts at a loss here. They got to be keeping a heads up. I think we need to see a little bit more Dragon contention, a little bit more Vision contention in this bot side of the map, but it's just so damn hard for Gale to go anywhere outside of lane. Been kind of glued to Keen's side because realistically needs the heal. Giggle's been in their face, trading as much as possible, but Lindblom is looking for some more. The Chaos Storm is available for Web. Maybe looking to step up on forward. It's taken to the Death Realm, but that is going to be the Cage up. That's going to be the Chaos Storm up. Giggle stepping up, does find a solo kill in the bot lane once again. His Cup is once again down in the bot side. It's kills left and right. Lindblom does get the trade onto Web, but it's this bot lane of the Astronauts that have been taken out. Once again, this tower is going to fall. And Astronauts are at a loss on this bot half of the map.
Yeah, they're just getting slapped up everywhere. But wherever Lindblom seems to go, at least one person from the side of the Hornets dies. And that's what you like to see. You want to see your jungle, you know, be able to do something. He is able to take back his own blue buff. So he's able to do something, right? They're able to find certain things. And Defoe is 2-0. He is looking like their best chance for a carry, and that's why you pick Vel'Koz. He's going to be super strong in these team fights. You know, that you were talking about it a little bit earlier, the Disintegration Ray being, you know, a flip for the team. You know, if they're able to get its full channel off, if they're able to get multiple members hit with that true damage, it's going to be super important for them to flip these fights. But speaking of fights, 40 seconds on this next Drake, it's one of those Drakes you have to contest, or else it's just going to give Soul Point right over to the side of the Hornets.
Yep. Astronauts can't be affording to be missing out on any more of these objectives, any more of this just general tempo that we've seen the Hornets take and just run with so far. So it's really in their hands now to make the moves, to be proactive in these fights, to put that Disintegration Ray to good use. Because again, the way I look at it, it's like a thinner but more effective Misfortune ult. You get that off, and especially over a long time there, it is going to be super effective, especially on someone like Webb, who's generally going to be hanging out at the end of these fights, at the back of these fights, and just trying to get their Chaos Storm out too. So you see Defoe is lurking, is waiting, will join his team now, and the dance shall begin. Soul Point is on the line here for the Hornets. Astronauts need to make a miracle happen. Cup, though, on this flank, does have the Cyclone available. You got to be expecting it to come. The TP's coming downtown from Benish. The Call of the Forge God will be first as the Cage will come through. Dragon will be secured by the side of the Astros, but at what cost? Because Giggle just free firing onto Gale. He picks off Defoe next. Now he's just having a field day out here. Look at the arrows. They're being slung, trying to dash on forward. The volley will secure a triple kill. That, well, a different type of volley secures the Ornn, but my goodness, 4 kills picked up for the Hornets once again. They don't get the Dragon. Herald's on the board, though. They could go for that. They could look to just open up the mid lane. They could do both right now. They've got the numbers. They've got the tempo. and the world is their oyster. 6K up right now on the side of the Hornets. Absolute insanity.
Yeah, and they didn't get the dragon, so you know it's not a complete wash for them in terms of the team fight, but they got a lot of kills, they got a lot of gold on the important members, most importantly Gigglequeef, right? So this Ashe is going to be looking to absolutely rip them apart, especially once she completes that Blade of the Rune King. Not even Ornn, well, probably Ornn still, if he gets that Warden's Mail, will still be able to stand in her way, but regardless, everyone else is probably gonna have to get out and dodge. Yeah, so they lose the Drake, secure Rift-Held. That's not too bad. And they're going to be able to start splitting around the map, start opening up the map. They already open up the mid lane, and that's what you like to see as we see Banish force the flash away.
A little
Barely
dicey.
getting out with his life.
A little dicey, a little risky, if you wanna say that. But yeah, he's okay for now. I'm looking right now. I see the scoreboard. Giggle is 7-0 once again. Like Giggle has just been stepping up. We've always known him as a massive player, as a massive ADC, but especially so in this finals. I think he is feeling himself a little bit more than normal. This is just incredible stuff from the bot lane of the Hornets. 7-0-6, 0-0-12. Perfect KDAs if you really want to look at it that way. And Cup, with all the diving, all the aggressiveness, all the tower dives he's been going for, also has not died this game. Hornets playing it clean. I would love to be a fly on the wall for the comms that are going on right now, because I think the team synergy right now for Hornets is just on point, and you can see that with just the overall macro, the rotations that are coming through, and it's just huge focus towards these dragons and these heralds. It's tough to contend with. An Astronaut 7K down right now. What is going to be the answer? Lindblum found a couple ganks here and there, but once these team fights have been going, and we've seen a couple of them so far, Hornets just have so much more damage.
Absolutely. So much more damage, so much more ability to do things with smaller numbers of people, right? When you look at the team comp for the side of the Astronauts, they really need everyone kind of to be there to fight back. For the side of the Hornets, they only need 2 people, right? They only need Ultra and Gigglequeef. They only need Web and Give Me a Cup. They only need Give Me a Cup and Banish, right? Any combination, any 2 members, they can find fights and take on, you know, 2v3, 4v3s even, maybe only losing 1 member. We've seen that happen in the top side a little bit, but it's going to be Lindblum. Give Me a Cup. They're going to be looking for Banish, and they're going to start one of those fights I was just talking about.
Yeah, it's going to start as a 2v2. Defoe is around the corner, though. Into the Death Realm they go. Defoe is going to try and get some true damage onto Banish, at least trying to stack out as much as he can, waiting for them to come out of the Death Realm and into the Disintegration Ray, but, oh, Cup will narrowly escape. Banish will not. Lindblum, though, flashing in, looking for some more. Top lane is being pressured right now. Lindblum will evacuate the chase, and Sigma, you cannot step up to these 2 together. The amount of power, the amount of damage, and the attack speed with that extra Lulu W added on top of this Ashe. No way. Absolutely no way you can contend with that. It gets picked off.
Absolutely. It's so hard to deal with. All those different things coming at you all at once, even especially in the Death Realm, because like you can see those little balls waiting for you, and they're like, I don't want to go this way, but I have no other way to escape. So yeah, it's a rough situation to find yourself in from Give Me a Cup. Thankfully his top laner was there to give his life for him, so you know, all is well. He protects his shutdown. Speaking of shutdown, 40 seconds to the Drake. This is where they need their jungler to be. Sucks that he doesn't have flash, that he did have to waste his flash in that Death Realm, but Lindblum had to waste his own ultimate just to secure that flash, right? So I don't think they'll have Lindblum's ultimate by the time it comes up. Yeah, it's going to be a 10-second delay, so they have that 10-second window before his ultimate comes up, and they're able to find it as
He just doesn't get exploded here. Herald gets put down, and so does Lindblum. That was absolute nastiness, but I think Cup's looking for some more. Will get caught in that Soraka silence. A lot of damage coming out from Defoe. A lot of focus there. Giggle, though, stepping on up, flashing forward, looking for Keen. The volley will not land. Banish also pressuring here, but Cup's going to say, hey, you know what? I got the dragon. Keep the pressure up, guys. No problem. We'll get this soul. Herald's down in the mid lane, and the rest of the Hornets hovering over towards and even starting this Baron.
Oh my gosh, this is you have to imagine this is going to be the free Baron, because it's like, do we go to Drake? Do we go to Baron? Do we even know that they're on Baron? No, they don't know it at all. There's no vision in the area. They're only going to see Webb being, you know, have the Baron debuff on him. That's going to be their only inkling, and by then it's way too late. Gilgaqueep secures it for the team. This is where you reset. Again, you're so far ahead, just walk it down mid lane. 9k at 22 minutes, it's exactly the same as the first game.
It wasn't for a while, and now it is again. We are back almost in the exact same situation where Hornets, they find the leads, they pressure the objectives, and that sequence of the past 1-2 minutes there where they took the priority with the Herald, got a pick on Lindblom, pressured the Dragon, sent 4 over to Baron, secured that too. What more can the Hornets ask for here? They're getting everything, and Astronauts just don't seem to have the answers macro-wise.
Absolutely. Very few answers. Even in micro team fights, you don't really see too much being done. It's only Defoe Defoe and Lindblom being the real carries of the team. Ornn did well in the laning phase, but it's, at the end of the day, right, it's an Ornn, and he has so many people who can deal, you know, health % damage to him. The Divine Thunder on Wukong, his even, you know, his armor breaking passive on his Q, Finish up there with his W, with his whole kit, and he's also building Riftmaker, so he has true damage coming through. Even Webb does quite a bit of damage, and then Gilgaqueep, of course, is hitting with arrow after arrow after arrow after arrow, and the only thing they can do is go after Finish up here, but even he's starting to get up into that hard to kill area.
As many DMs say, you can certainly try, and unfortunately, try as they must, it will not be a success. The Benesh just simply going to walk on out. You see Webb, again, 1-3-1. This is the strategy for the Hornets. They get the Baron. The pressure is on in every single of these lanes, and there is nothing that the Astronauts can really do except sit there, clear, try and get some XP back. But Webb, when directed camera takes me off for 0.1 of a second and that Sivir evaporates, realistically,
Yeah.
that is going to be a tough one to chew, tough one to swallow, because this Victor is now officially online. Shadow Flame, Luden's completed with the boots and a rod. Yeah, that's a lot of burst, Arland.
That's a little bit of burst. That's a little bit of damage on him. You know, he only has how much pin does he have? He only has 29% or 29 magic penetration, plus the fact that Shadow Flame gives a base extra 10 at least. So he only has 39 magic penetration. So yeah, it's not too much damage coming out from this Victor here. Even though he didn't necessarily win lane, Webb is still doing very well for himself in the CS department, doing very well for himself in this team fight department. Not that we really have seen too many coordinated team fights. It's always kind of been skirmishes, or skirmishes that turn into team fights later on. So we still kind of have that question going on, but is it really a question at this point?
I think the question is for the Astronauts, what is happening here tonight? Last week, the completely different team we saw from last week, and yeah, we could bring up a point of, Melly isn't in this game, hopefully coming back for game number 3. But even in that first game, we're seeing very more than similar patterns occurring right now for the Hornets. Macro, micro, aggression coming out from these guys, stepping on up. You see them again, minute and a half, right on the time. This is amazing to see. Getting into this jungle, in numbers, in pairs. You've got your jungle buddy here. Do you have, even back to Finding Nemo, do you have your exit buddy? Yes, everybody's got an exit buddy here. They've cleared out all the vision now, so Astronauts are sitting in the dark and taking over with vision of their own to secure this Soul Dragon. So this is just absolutely amazing stuff coming out from the Hornets across the board.
Ooh,
Crystal Arrow is going to be flung down. Giggle will land that one. Call the Forge God will be popped on to just the Volley Bear. Lindblom, though, taking Giggle to the Shadow Realm. Giggle will get the solo in there. Benish all the way to the back line with that Stormbringer. Giggle trying to heal on up the best he can before he gets back into this fight. Flashing over the wall. Sigma goes there, but Disintegration Ray from Defoe will take Benish just that little bit lower. Same for Altro, but Cup is on the chase. He's all the way to the back line. He still somehow has a charge of Cyclone left to go. And Hornets will pick off the Mord. They'll pick off the Sivir. And they've got a numbers advantage now, 5-3. A little bit more pressure, but Dragon up in 20 seconds, Arland.
Yeah, but the best thing that the foe can offer his team right now is his wave clear. And that's honestly what kept them from losing so many turrets during the Baron push, is the wave clear coming through from the Vel'Koz. But it was such a good initiation, a good fight coming through. getting started by Giggle finding that arrow down mid lane as we hop into replay, and we can see in the Shadow Realm, it didn't even come close. Well, it came a little bit close, but regardless, they found the kill. They almost took out Binishk in return, but they weren't able to cut through his shield at the end of the day. That's going to be all she wrote. You do see Gimme Cup in the back line. He's doing his best.
That thought arrow comes from downtown. The dragon was secured, as you saw in the bottom left corner of your screen, but wow, Giggle, the absolute sniper tonight with the arrows, with the super mega death rockets, has been on point. And I do just want to say, Defoe did a ton of damage to Ultra right there, so just gonna put that on the side. There is a potential for the Vel'Koz to just burst one of these main carries right now, but it's gonna be slim. It's gonna be a tough one to find. We do actually have the ornament onto Defoe for the Ludens, so that, you know what, nice little boost. Maybe a bit of hopium coming in from me, but I mean, you gotta back the Hornets right now. They've just been so clean all game.
Yeah, there is a little bit of hopium coming through because the ward can be a difference maker when it comes to giving out those ornaments, and so can Vel'Koz. And we did see the damage. You were right to talk about that. But the issue is, can they actually touch Gilgaqueef and Web? Maybe if they get baited into a bad fight where they overextend and they're walking directly into Vel'Koz, maybe they can find that. But with such strong vision control, they don't ever need to take any bad fights that they don't want to without knowing exactly where everyone is in the game is, especially with the Ash Arrow coming over the top. That's going to be a very clean, easy Baron secure. Now where do they go with it? They can go down mid, they can go down top, they can go down bot, but the focus looks to be mid and top.
Yep. Second Baron secured now for the Hornets, as they're probably going to end up starting their march onto this base. Looking to end game number 2. Defoe does pop out this integration ray onto Giggle, but we'll heal up a little bit off that wave using the Bork, and thankfully has some enough movement speed to at least get out of that, because that could have been a scary situation. Keen, though, you saw just one tick of the laser. Oh my god, ridiculous. The push continues on the top. It continues in the mid, multiple fronts. The Hornets, that's the way they like to do it. Let's see, as this pressure continues, both these towers are going to be getting quite dicey soon. Mid looking even worse for Ware, but that's the Baron up cannon minion. Just free fire right now. Keen! Oh my god, the humanity! Web leaves no room for errors here. You walk up, you're getting the lasers. Oh my god.
And that's going to be inhib. And you know, you might be wondering, well, he used his spell shield. Why didn't he survive? Because when the spell shield, it popped on the Luden's proc. It didn't pop on the laser, you know, first explosion or the second explosion, meaning that Web was able to get the fill damage of both to go through, and Sivir wasn't going to survive. So he relied just a little bit too much on that that spell shield as Lingu pulls him into the Shadow Realm, but yeah, magic.
I think this one's going to be done. The Ornn does come through. Defoe with a big disintegration ray does find a couple there, but Banish already jumping to the back line, and somehow there's only 2-3 members. Sivir comes back to life, but Hornets, they take over. With just the loss of that ADC, they take over the entire base. Everything was jumped on. And that is Hornets making their way right now to match point here in Grand Finals. We're going to flip it back to the analyst desk in just a quick moment here as we get going. But, oh my god, Arlen. What was that? Hold on, I'm going to wave my hand again because we got Becky back as well too. What just happened?
I don't even know. I struggled to find where my camera was again, because every single time that one of these games goes into Hornets' favor, I mean, everyone knows, like, we can't even hide it anymore. You all watched us say, like, the predictions at the bottom of the screen that we thought that astronauts were gonna win. And, I mean, at least in that one you can be like, oh, Melly-G's having computer troubles, the person that we normally, like, really is a rock for our team, like, isn't here, and that's gotta affect things a little bit. But even still, they at least were able to have a little bit of fight back and forth in that game, more than in that first game. So if Melly-G comes back, will they start to have a chance? Where are we looking? What is happening? Bring us through a little bit of where that game had that pivotal turning point. And did we ever really think that we weren't seeing them in a commanding position in that game? Because Hornets felt like they were just very ahead the whole time.
Kind of a little similar. We saw a few moments, I would say, from the astronauts where the things we were talking about here on the desk and then in draft as well too, they were starting to make some things happen. I will give Lindblum that, the fact that they were making more efforts to gank and actually finding success up in the top lane onto Benish. Put the bear behind quite a bit. Sigma was doing well on that Ornn early game. Absolutely. Not going to take that away from them. Bot lane. Look at bot lane. The aggressiveness. Giggle is in your face. And again, Arlen, you brought up a really good point. Is not so much the macro. Because macro, we've been focusing on a lot this game. We can tell Hornets have been on it. The micro, and I really want to look at this again as we get into game number 3, is how aggressive Giggle is with these trades. Constantly either on the farm, and if you're looking for farm in your range, he's going to be looking for autos on you, on your support. Constantly looking for something. And that is what is separating this bot lane right now, is the fact that it's going to add up. Again, death by 1,000 paper cuts or death by 1,000 ash arrows. It is going to get you at some point. You look down at your health bar, it's like, I'm at like a third health, and we've been in lane for like 3 minutes. What happened here? Again, that is Giggle stepping on it up. That is Altro enabling him, because this is what you see. You get a shielding support. You allow your ADC to step on up. They're going to trade into your ADC and just slap them on with a shield, and it just negates any damage. You end up being the one walking away with net positive trade, and that's been happening in that bot lane for both games so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just honestly one of those things of better understanding of the game state, right?
Hello and welcome back, potentially for the final time, if the Hornets are going to come in with the biggest upset that the analyst desk has had in, I think, this whole season, at least the ones that I've been a part of. We are going into game number 3, and Hornets are currently up 2-0 against everyone on the desk's predictions. Our players are sat down and ready to rumble. So let's see, can Astronauts bring it back, or are we going to see a quick Hornets 3-0 bring us to the Rift?
All right, it's almost time. Arland, final game, maybe? Question mark? Unless Astronauts, do they have the answers? Melly G is back in, so that is a definite plus for the Astronauts. Not to say the Sigma played bad at all last game. I think their early game was actually quite nice, but back in full form. Full 5 members of Astronauts here. I don't know what it's going to take here. I don't know what the answers are going to be. I think it's honestly going to be start from scratch, new draft here for Astronauts, and pick something with a different identity, because it just hasn't been working in these first 2 games.
It's got to be something different from the Astronauts. It's got to be a different jungler. It's got to be a different path for that jungler. It's got to be something that actually allows them to influence the spot lane, because if they're not able to influence the spot lane, they're not going to be able to do anything into the monster that is Google down here, because he's just winning off of having a bot lane that does nothing, or he's the one getting all the ganks and your bot lane's the one getting ganked on repeat. So Astronauts, they're going to be banning away the Ornn, they're going to be banning away the Lucian, probably going to be banning away another strong AD carry, maybe even the Jinx. The Hornets, they're just going to respond with the same stock standard bans that they have been so far.
Yeah, again, if it ain't broke, might as well keep on playing that. A lot of ADC bans going down towards the side of the Hornets once again, especially the way Giggle's been playing tonight. Yeah, it's going to be hard. He's got quite a wide pool of ADCs as well, too. Not too surprising to see more than 3 bans, at least for him. Ornn does get taken away. Wukong's actually going to be banned. And finally, we get to see it. The B1 Seraphine does make its way through now, but in the hands of the Astronauts, and I think we are shifting somewhere to where we're going to enable our teammates. We're going to boost them up, and of course that Encore is just so nice for enabling team fights. So more of that. Banish, though, big old bear up in the top lane. It's been pretty solid so far tonight. I do believe he's been switching. I don't know if he went the AP, but you know what? Again, Goldfish brain. Can't remember if the AP was built on that volley in the first game. Yeah. Definitely in the second game.
It was built. He went tank first game, AP second game. This game he might go AD or tank.
Full ADC, volley bear. Yeah.
Crawlers call it volley bear. It's good. I swear. Astronauts, though, they're going to be grabbing that Lux for the foe. They're going to be grabbing that AD carry and the Seraphine. So you have to imagine the Seraphine Ashe bot lane, the volley bear, plus the Lulu in the support role, and then that's going to be another Taliyah pick, and it's so good into this Lux. It's one of my favorite matchups. It's so free for the Taliyah. So again, it's another one of those, immobile mages into Taliyah. It's just another free matchup for the Taliyah. So they have very simple bans now. They're going to take away probably 2 junglers, and on the other side, all they can take away is junglers or maybe AD carries. I would probably be looking to take away the Kog'Maw, take away the Jinx, at least one of those picks, so they don't have free reign in this draft. But you have to imagine that the Hornets are just going to first pick an AD carry and last pick that jungle in the perfect position for their jungler here.
Yeah. Oh, interesting enough. Yeah, Fiddlesticks and the Cane will be banned away, considering that Wu is off the board. Those are another couple of Cups special picks here, and I would say slightly under the radar, but should maybe get the attention they deserve. Cup has been initiating a lot of what has been helping out the rest of the Hornets. Just been massive out there with the Wukong. Shyvana ban. Interesting indeed. We are going to see a Trundle possibly coming through here. Again, we're looking for early ganks. But you've got 3 really squishy champions so far, so I think we're going to have to see some beef coming through here. For the Astronauts, Trundle and Gangplank are going to be the answer. So I would say much different than what we saw in games 1 and 2, but I just realized now, you mentioned their name earlier on. There's no Azir this time, but you still have knockback from your mid laner, and there's the Poppy. Let's see.
Yeah. Oh, this is such a good Poppy game. Poppy loves playing and stuff like this. Even though it is a Trundle, so she can't duel him too early, she can still draft like, I'm sure she can still path like a maniac. And when you pick Poppy, I every single time you pick Poppy in competitive, I tell everyone who plays, I tell everyone who looks at anything I talk about Poppy in, you always gotta play like a maniac. You gotta play like a psychopath. You can't play Poppy like any normal champion. When you see Peanut in the LCK play Poppy, he's flashing over Dragon Pit's level 2 to get his Hex Flash as fast as possible. He's invading their bot side and then ganking their bot side level 3 on Poppy, right? You have to be playing this like an absolute maniac to get maximum effectiveness out of her. And I think they have the manic energy on the Hornets to do that. And even though Trundle is kind of a soft counter to her, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day when he's getting CC'd for 3 years and he can't move. So their only hope, I have to imagine, for the Astronauts is somehow Defoe flips mid lane and Meli-G is able to get a huge dominating, commanding lead in the top side and just path in a way that sort of allows your bot side to survive instead of getting, you know, mercilessly melted like last time.
Yeah, I will give, you know, bit of heads up to the Lux for Defoe. Played it a few times. I think they brought it out last week as well too. Was can be nasty, but I think you do bring up a good concern. That is going to be Talia v Lux. You got 2 mages. One of them is mobile. The other one is not, and that could potentially spell some trouble unless Defoe is just clean with those bindings every single time. It is going to rely on that, but I would say, you know what? You kind of look at this this draft here from the Astronauts. A lot of long range pick, a lot of long range damage that will allow that that Gangplank to at least get some barrels off. Maybe just actually they can keep the distance from.
Yeah,
they really can. Now that I look at it a little closer, wow.
Yeah, they're really good at keeping the Hornets off of themselves. So that's one thing I do give the Astronauts. They're really good at keeping them away from themselves, but. And they have a few ways to start a fight. It's really relying on Keen hitting those those Ash arrows, really relying on well-placed ultimates from Meli-G, and then, you know, Gale from over the top, downtown, hitting those massive Seraphine charms. However, the Hornets, they have, you know, a lot of burst damage, right? And they have a few ways to cut off your angles of attack. So you have to, you're forced to come into them, you're forced to fight it out, you're forced to scrap it, and they can start those fights very easily. They also have a few, you know, they have a global of their own. It's going to be an interesting one. I kind of give the draft edge just that little bit to the Astronauts, but I give the, you know, champions that they picked, you know, the OP-ness of the champions over to the Hornets. Because come on, it's Talia, it's Poppy. You're not going to have fun.
That's a tough pill to swallow, all right? Dealing with, I mean, Giggle, we saw him on game 1 with the Jinx. I did not take a screenshot of game 2. Dang it. Question mark, did you die in game 2?
Let me check.
I don't think I get
pretty sure he did it.
If you get a screenshot in there for us casters, that'd be huge.
No,
but
he 9-0 on the other pick that he played. Ash.
There is a world here. I'm not trying to cast a curse or anything, but if Giggle goes deathless in this game and Hornets do end up winning, a deathless finals. Whew,
That's
perfect KDA in finals. Are you kidding? That would be absolutely huge. So, no pressure, Giggle. You got this, buddy.
Zero pressure.
I mean, regardless,
Don't mess up.
I mean, you gotta be thinking about that too. Why hasn't Giggle died? Where's the focus on this guy who's getting all these kills, who's doing all the damage, and a lot of the carry pants being worn by Giggle right now? Where is the focus gonna be? How are they gonna make sure to stop this guy from doing absolute criminal activity out there on the Rift?
It's really got to be on Meli, right? If they want to shut down the Stinks, they have to be really good with Meli's placement of the ultimates, and then those Trundle pillars have to cut off multiple ways of escaping, and then, only then do you really have a chance to force them into an Ashe ultimate, force them into a Seraphine charm. Those are your only ways of doing it, and I don't know, so far it just hasn't they haven't been showing us that level of skill necessary yet, but these are champions that they are newer to in terms of this series, so maybe they're gonna able to show us something different entirely.
Yeah, this is again starting on a fresh slate right now for the Astronauts. I think, yeah, all 5 picks gonna be new for them in this draft, but again, Vanish back on that volley. We got Ultra on the Lulu. Unfortunately, we don't get to see his maybe we get to see his Nami later tonight if Astronauts can pull this one back. But his Nami is pretty damn clean, I do say. But back on that Jinx once again. Back on the Talia for Webb. And realistically, the only champion that has not been played here tonight by the Hornets is that Poppy. But the way that Cup's been going tonight, you said you got to play like a maniac. This guy plays like a maniac, and it's lovely to see. He's getting in your faces. You saw him in that top lane saying, I'm going to dive both you guys underneath the tower and get a double kill, walk on out, see you later. They're feeling themselves. They've got the tempo, they've got the moves, and they've definitely got to be feeling good coming into game number 3 here. Teams have swapped sides for this time, giving Hornets that red side slight little advantage towards the Dragons, which even on the blue side, they have been the ones first to that almost every single time. I'm slightly concerned for Astronauts, but I'm excited to see what they're going to do with this new comp, with this new draft, and if they can get a footing in here to bring us to maybe game 4 if Hornets are just on something else tonight and going for that clean sweep.
They really are. Oh, man. If they give us a clean sweep, I'll be surprised because, you know, I predicted it the other way entirely. So, yeah. Maybe Google Creek can bring it home, or maybe they finally have to devise a strategy to bring him down.
We'll have to see if that comes true. If Hornets want this 3-0 more than Astronauts are going to bring it back. But lots of questions still yet to be answered, and potentially the final game here of the night and of the split for the VAD League. So, take a deep breath. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Go get your snacks. Go get hydrated. Go get to the washroom, because we're going to be back here in just a few short minutes for game number 3 of tonight's grand finals, best of 5. You do not want to miss this, because it's going to be a banger. We'll see you soon. Hello, how is everybody doing on this fine Monday evening? It's VAD Grand Finals. It's your boys, Arlen and Gurf. Gurf and Arlen. I'm Gurf. That's Arlen over there. We've got, potentially our final game of the night tonight, Arlen. This has been absolute domination so far by the Hornets, but Astronauts trying something new. I say new to this series, not so new to them as players. We'll see if it's going to be the answer that they need.
Yeah, and honestly, it's one thing I want to highlight is how good the scouting has been from the Hornets. You saw in game how they stacked, even though there wasn't really an invade to be had with the current team comp that the Astronauts drafted. They still stacked nonetheless. They still made it awkward for the side of the Astronauts, and this time they stack and they successfully ward off an invade with a very nice ward placement. They saw it coming from a mile away. They were able to walk away, and yeah, the scouting has just been really on point, and it allowed them to play in the style that they've been playing. Which is super aggressive bot side, defensive top, and just trading evenly mid.
Yeah, been a big game so far, but again, my eyes are somewhat drawn towards this bot side once again. Keeping our eyes on Giggle, keeping our eyes on Ultra, and how Keen is going to be able to step up and deal with this right now on the Ashe this time. And I might have cast a curse to his Wi-Fi. Oh God, what have I done, Arlen? Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Oh, hopefully does not persist for too long. We'll be back in just a sec, but might as well come back to the draft screen while we sort things out, at least here, because, you know, you get into game, then there's that extra little mini pause that we have to deal with, and then we officially can get back into game. But, okay, looking at these players, looking at these teams, looking at these builds, Electrocute again for Web definitely makes sense on the aggressiveness. You hear the Summoner reconnecting. We'll be back on the Rift in just a few short moments, but again, be prepared for that mini little pause that gets in there. Anything that catches your eye, though, in terms of the runes that we'll get to see in just a few moments?
Nothing really. I just want to highlight that Give Me a Cup twice. That's what you're supposed to build on Poppy, right? You're supposed to go that phase where you're supposed to, run around the map at hyper Mach speeds. You're supposed to be going for, a tank build, not necessarily Divine Thunder, but something closer to a tank. That is the Peanut style of Poppy that has been so popular in the LCK recently. And yeah, it's probably going to work here, you have to imagine, because do they really have a way to shut down this Poppy? Not really, besides the Trundle. And even then that can get kind of dicey.
It can. So it's going to be Cup on the bottom of the hit list, I would think. And it rightfully so.
Wow.
Reb and Giggle right up at the top. You got to be able to take these guys down. They do so much damage. But here we go. Officially back into this game. And we are moving. Players are moving. Players are back. Keen, hopefully. Hopefully, for all these players, no more internet issues tonight. It's grand finals. You don't want that happening. You don't want it can cause such a mental block there. You know, you're in the zone and then all of a sudden have to deal with going away, AFKing, Wi-Fi dropping. Who knows? But for now, players are in. We're getting the CS rolling, and Giggle and Ultra once again looking to pressure this bot lane, looking to live underneath the Astronauts turrets. I definitely want to see some punishment coming in from Limbloom, because Trundle, known to be an early ganker, is pathing up towards his top lane. That's just textbook, but I'm looking for gank 2 and 3, hopefully headed towards this bot side of the map.
Yeah, and it has to go down to the bot side of the map. It's just impossible for them to play the game otherwise. This time, they were smart about, backing off before level 2 was reached, so they don't lose a lot of HP in that level 2 trade. But without the jungler in the bot side, you have to imagine that they just cannot win this lane, and it's going to be Limbloom opting for that first gank top.
Here he is in the top lane with the double buffs on. Corrupting Pot is even being chugged too, so a lot of extra burn damage coming through here. One final auto from Melly will do it. Auto him! No! Wait! Melly is going to be dropping. Limbloom goes on over the wall. He burns his flash. Sorry, not Limbloom. Benishk, my apologies, goes over the wall, burns his flash, but Limbloom picking up the kill there. Melly somehow does not find that kill. It was within his grasp, and it is yanked away.
Yeah, look at this. This is what I want to see. This is psychopathy from Give Me a Cup twice. Please flash for that wall. Please dive to foe. This is what you're made for. This is how you play this champion out, and this is what they're looking for. You have to imagine. They have the flash ready. They have the opportunity to go for it. They know that Limbloom is on the top side of the map. This could be their chance, and they have to push this wave in now.
Yep. I'm gonna keep my eyes right now on the mid lane because and just as he walks away, the Lux comes closer towards the wall. I think with a little bit of that, just a slight little micro decision there for Web to be on the left side of their lane, focus and push that Lux towards the right side, line it up, but I don't think they're done quite yet. Over the wall they go. That's gonna do the flash. Does not quite land into the wall. The knockup does not come through. Binding will land, and Talia out of mana. Web cannot follow up any further. Good attempt. The psychopathic plays are in motion, so I'm sure we're going to be seeing some more of that, but it will eventually pay off at some point in this game.
Yeah, I do like this invade, this adaptation from Lindblom. He knows that he lost the camp bot side, so he's going to steal back a camp, at least try to equalize out the gold a little bit as he looks to regain top side, and this is what you have to do on the Trundle. You're not going to be able to make the same early plays like Poppy, so you have to go elsewhere where she isn't.
Yeah, hopefully this one can be cleaned up nice and easy. Cup is going to be here too, but not in time. Benesh, wait a minute, with the shield, surviving for a little while longer. Lindblom is getting low. Weird little stutter pause there, but Lindblom taking out Benesh. Cup is maybe in the wrong place too. He's going to get chomped down. Melly G actually ends up securing that one. A little confusing perspective back and forth, but kills picking up for the Astronauts. They're on the board, looking much better in this early game than they did in games 2 and 1.
Yeah, their bot lane hasn't been beaten up as much by this point. It's just a little bit of a smackdown, but, you know, compared to last games, not quite as much as a beatdown, so they still have a chance in this game. They still have opportunities. They're actually up for the first time in this series in terms of kills, and that's an important thing. They're actually, I think for the first time in this series, they're up, you know, in gold as well, so that's very huge. But with the priority in the bot lane, they lose that Drake, and it's going to be going over to the side of the Hornets. And that's what you just do when you have this Jinx Lulu, when you have such a strong combination to an Ashe Seraphine, they can't fight back.
And Astronauts know at this point the Hawk shot was sent down the river, and nothing really can be done about this early Dragon, but it's just so much focus, so much early priority, right? You see how far bot lane was shoved out. Simply walk on in. Can't allow Defoe to roam to because the Web is going to be jumping on him immediately if he leaves lane. And that's just an early Hex Dragon to be picking up. Ocean on the board next. Giggle going to be walking on up. Polymorph comes down. Gale loses so much HP. Lindblom is in the wings right now. Walking on up. Nice. Can they find the pillar? The root goes down to the Giggle. That's going to be the cleanse flash away from that pillar. Ultra, though, no mana. Still has the flash. Gets on over the wall. And Hornets walking out of that one. A lot of sums. All the sums actually used to save themselves from that gank.
That's huge because now they can't flash away once that Seraphine Ashe combo hits that level 6 power spike. Then it's just an arrow down lane. It's just the Seraphine charm down lane. They can't escape. They get rooted up as well off of that. This is huge, and this probably turned the game around for them, put it back in their favor. And this is what effective scouting looks like. They give up those 2 games to really just figure out how they play. And if they're able to turn off of this is going to be massive.
I just want to point out the fact that Cup has Hex Flash right now. Used it to sneak around into the jungle. Used it to sneak around this wall once again. This time the combos will land. Electrocute from Web and the Ignite. Will it be enough to finish him off? That's a massive final spark plus turret shots. It's enough to give Defoe the 1-for-1. Absolute madness. Absolute madness. Oh my god.
That's why we pick Poppy. That's how we play Poppy. You flash over the Raptor wall, you go after their mid lane, and you make them scared to even walk near walls, and you just go for it every single time. So as we see here, you were right. He flashed over that wall to get out of sight of their vision range, and he's going to be doing it again. He Hex flashes over, and he goes for it. But in our live version, Web is getting run down here.
In a bit of trouble. In a bit of trouble. More than a bit of trouble. Melly G is just going to send the cannon barrage down that way, pick off the low Talia, and some gold, some more gold actually into the pockets here from Melly G. The slow burn right now from the Astronauts, and again, they are the ones in control of the tempo. They're the ones putting the pedal to the metal right now, and this is exactly the form. I think this is more characteristic of the Astronauts we knew throughout this entire split, so making it a little bit more difficult for the Hornets this time around.
Absolutely, and you know, I like that. I like that they're being proactive in their plays. Is it enough? They don't necessarily outscale. Their team comp scale relatively easily, but you have to realize that the execution, it's a lot easier on the side of Web and Squad, right? It's a lot easier on the side of the Hornets as we see more bursts come through from Defoe. It's not quite enough to finish off Web, but it is a nice little chunk that makes some recall more than likely. So yeah, like I said, easier team composition for the side of the Astronauts for the side of the Hornets, and that might be the difference maker.
So again, that long range poke is, excuse me, sorry, really helping out in terms of just keeping their distance. Because once Hornets are in your face, it is hard to remove that. But in the top lane, Melly G is back in motion, back in form. Takes a couple turret shots, so it could be a little risky with that Stormbringer being available for Banish. Herald takes some plates, but not quite able to finish off that top lane turret, as Cup did make their way into the bot lane, spotted out, not able to pull off that gank. Keen and Gale will survive for a little while longer. Again, holding off these kills, not giving Giggle that early game gold so far. We're about to hit that 10-minute mark, and at this point, they've already beaten the record after the past 2 games.
Yeah, that's the important part. That really gives the team kind of that morale boost to say, okay, we can hang with these guys, we can hang in this game, and that's a huge part of it. The only issue I have with it so far, Keen, Gale, level 6, almost level 7, they haven't used their ultimates, even though Gigglequeef and Ultra are both down summoners, and now Gigglequeef has his cleanse back up, so really, really hard for them to do anything about it as Banish.
Oh, wow.
Melly G trading heavily the top side.
Stormbringer his way to safety. Melly with the level up, chugging that corrupting pot. Gonna be doing a decent amount of damage now. Cup coming over the wall, not spotted out because there's a control board in the river. Gonna be slowed down by Gale for just a little bit. Keen walking back, trying to auto. Zap will land. And again, in the bot lane, no gank is gonna be coming through, but Dragon up in 30 seconds. Take a look at where the junglers are right now. Maybe not the time for Cup to back unless they're gonna wait this one on out, fake the back. But Lindblom on the way down to this bot side. Top tower was taken by Melly, and still doing just oodles of damage up there on that gangplank, making it tough for Banish to go on in, but he's going to choose to do so anyway. And this time around, it is the tankier version of the volley with the Bammy Cinder trading back and forth. It's going to be close. Going to have to keep our eyes on that top lane trade as, Super Mega Death Rocket. There it goes. Is it going to be enough? Nope. Thread the needle. A little camera action, though. Astronauts, though. First to the Dragon on this one. Keeper's Verdict will knock 2 on out. Weaver's Wall coming down from Web, and on to Keen they go. The knock on back, knock forward, just toss him around. Why not? 1,000 HP left on this Dragon. It will be secured by Lindblom, flashing away. First Dragon picked up here for the side of the Astronauts this game. We are going to get ourselves that Infernal Spicy Soul. But that was a little dicey, almost too close for the Astronauts. I do believe they still lose Keen, but in the end, securing those early dragons.
Yeah, very nice. Keeper's Verdict, I think that's the name of Poppy's ultimate.
Yep.
Very nice Keeper's Verdict. Really did a lot of work to knock him far back, and those were the main damage dealers as we see in the top lane. Banish getting really low. Oh, he flashes in. Ooh.
Stuff happened in the top lane. Stuff just happened in the top lane. Back and forth. I don't think we needed to see the flash. It got a little dicey with that volley healing back up. But yeah, Melly is in form, has the Essence Reaver, has the plated steel cap, still using that corrupting potion. You can see every time he's going in for a trade, he's chucking that corrupting pot, getting that just slight little extra bit of burn from that potion. So going to be a nice little addition, and definitely some smart plays paying off so far. 3-1 and 2 on the gangplank, and ahead in CS as well.
That's the most important part, is that he's ahead in CS on the gangplank. Generally, when you see a gangplank picked, it's often as a blind, so he doesn't necessarily have the best matchup, right? So the fact that he got counterpick, he's playing gangplank, and he's up in CS means that his gold generation passive is going to be so much greater. But look at this in the mid lane, give me a cup twice, coming back for the foe.
Back again. It's just the threatening presence of that Poppy at any point in time. Could be looking to fire things up. In the bot lane, though, I think these players off the Astronauts have snuck their way in. Will this be the first death for Giggle this series? Might just be Melly G, Lindblom, and Gale all out of range, all out of vision. That's going to be the Crystal Arrow. The cleanse comes through. Encore will land. Melly G walks up. Wild Growth is there, but Melly G takes him down. Finds the kill on the Giggle. Ultra will be soon to follow off of that as Lindblom secures a kill on the Lulu. And 4 members in the bot lane. You know what, Arlen? It's been a minute since we've seen 4 members actually shoving in the bot lane, looking for those picks. But my goodness, my apologies for that. Quick little hockey mishap, but lovely, lovely plays from Astronauts.
Absolutely huge plays from the Astronauts. They really came through. I don't know. Actually, it was really good setup, right? It was a really good setup. They snuck into the vision, or into the bushes, right? And they made sure that there was no vision by sweeping it out first. And generally when there's a way to like suss it out, there's a way to find out when those plays are going to happen. Those ways are really, really high level in comparison to, you know, what we're at, right? It's, you know, it requires a lot of knowledge about the jungler, just knowing what the jungler is wanting to do, which jungler they're playing, a whole bunch of stuff like that, right? So there was a way for them. There is a world where they do know that they're down bot, but it's not this world, it's not this league. And Melody takes his first, or sorry, not Melody, Gigglequeef takes his first death of this series. And that's the most important part. They shut down the Jinx, so he's not going to get a deathless series, unfortunately.
Maybe keeping it to 1, but I mean, this is what we were asking for from the Astronauts in both game 1 and 2. Put some focus on the bot lane. You got to take Giggalo. You cannot let him continue to free farm, free scale as much as he wants. You know he's a threat, and we see the rightful amount of resources being sent down towards to deal with them. That double knockback, a little sketchy. Keeper's Verdict coming on out. We'll just send the minions back towards their home. They're going to be coming back, don't you worry. Herald on the board. Dragon in 1 minute. This time, though, Astronauts being the first to jump on these objectives. Playing a completely different game than what we saw first in this series. But, again, going back to that point I said, this is the Astronauts we saw throughout the split. This is the domination we got to see. Hornets, not going to make it easy for them. You see Cup is always lurking, looking for a pick.
Yeah, Cup is lurking, and that's what you want to do with this pop. You want to lurk, you want to wait, you want to bait out opportunities, or you want to go all in, go crazy for them, and you just got to do for it. I do like how Gigglequeef is freezing this bot lane, making it hard for Kane to step up, or Kian rather, to step up alone and get the CS. That's what you want to do when you lose that bot lane turret first. You're just able to sit down bot, you know, pull it back, let it scale up for you, and then you're just gonna, you know, secure so much farm, a huge farm advantage for yourself. But like you said, they're not first to this Drake, and walking into a gangplank blind, probably one of the scariest things on the Rift.
Oh, Benish is going to find multiple members of the Astronauts. The arrow does get absolutely threaded through these members of the Hornets. Giggle, free firing away, will be a flash away from Lindblom. Keep himself a little bit healthy. Needs to stay alive for this Dragon. 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1. Infernal on the board. The dance shall begin. See Melly G lining up those barrels, taunting anybody to walk on him, but should be a nice little clean pickup for the Astronauts. Not really necessarily the end of the world for the Hornets to lose that one. Ooh, smart read by Melly G to block up that rocket.
Very smart read. You know, it was coming. It had the opportunity to steal. I don't think, ever since they nerfed it, I don't think it's a real opportunity anymore, but it, you know, I've seen Ash Arrow steal Drake, so whatever works. Oh, Keeper's Verdict doesn't land, so they're going to be able to pick up this turret, unfortunately. And honestly, like I said, they got there first. They have a gangplank. It's kind of impossible for you to face check a gangplank and live. Binishkal was only able to do it because he's a tank. Anybody else who done it, you have to imagine they get one shot. But speaking of one shots, that second item on Melly G, that's a collector. I'm scared he's going to collect me from the caster dust.
He might just come for us. Watch your kneecaps. He will find us, and he will. He's gonna take us out. He's gonna be strong, 100% for sure. This is we're going really well for Melly G so far, and those crit barrels only get scarier and scarier as this game goes on. Considering he's got execute now. What is it? 5, 10, 15% of your health bars remaining?
Yeah, 5%.
5%. Yeah. Still, it's enough with those barrels when they get to that low, followed up by Cannon Barrage. Yeah. Not going to be the end of the world. I like, though, a lot from this Astronaut squad that they are using that long range to their advantage, finding the picks with Keen's arrow, and then the follow-up is just easy peasy, 1, 2, 3, for them to actually pull on off. So just, again, ease of execution comps coming to play. It's not the bad thing. It's not a bad thing to say ease of execution. I'm just better able to play these champions right now. I'm better able to execute what our team identity is right now. And it's working out fantastic for the Astronauts. But 18 minutes in this game, they've created about a 3.5 gold lead, 3.5k gold lead, 4.5 gold lead for themselves. Astronauts on the hunt right now. Again, Keen with that arrow is going to force actually a cleanse up from Giggle. So that's going to be, or should be, hopefully on the radar for the Astronauts in the next upcoming fights.
Excuse me. Yeah, they have to go for that cleanse right there, like you said. Time that perfectly, and you're going to be able to find Gigglequeef every single time. He is a relatively mobile ADC, only has the flash, only has the wild growth to really keep himself alive, only has the options from their team to heal for them. Speaking of their team, not great performances like we've been seeing the last of the series, right? Normally by this time we're looking at a super fed web, we're looking at a super strong Giggle Queen, but right now it's very, close in this game.
Is in some trouble. It's a double encore to land on down. It's going to be Banish who goes down first. Ultra wild growthing themselves, but you see Melly G now going unstoppable. 5-1 and 4. The barrels are coming through. It's going to be a flash from Cup to get out of range. You do not want to get hit by those. So 2 members lost from the Hornets. Baron coming up in 40 seconds now. And you gotta be the astronauts thinking to yourself, we can look for this. We can get the pressure. We can get even more turrets. Because Hornets have not found a turret yet this game. While astronauts have taken every single outer turret so far. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, that didn't happen. Defoe misses the point blank binding. Defoe is getting lower. Super Mega Death Rocket is available, but a little bit of heal from his teammates, keeping him just out of range.
Wow, I'm kind of surprised he missed that. I think we're all a little bit surprised Defoe missed that, but it doesn't matter because what they most wanted was pressure, ability to walk into the enemy jungle and do plays like that. The fact that they are able to do that, it's just a testament to how far ahead they are. Speaking of how far ahead they are, they finally have gotten themselves objective bounties, so they're able to use those little boosts of gold to go for these turrets, and that's what they want to do. They need to find a turret and focus it. Honestly, at this point, the Baron's probably out of reach. A Baron fight is probably out of reach, so maybe you just go bot side and focus on the bot turret, tier 1, bot tier 2, maybe if you're fast enough with the tier 1. Those are looking like your only real options. It's kind of hard to do anything else, but who knows? Honestly, blue side OP.
Blue side kind of OP tonight, isn't it? Quite.
A little bit.
Quite so, yes, I do agree now. Turning all the way British on that end.
A little bit. I was like, where did the British come from?
I don't know, honestly. A little bit in the goober mood. I'm having fun, though. Hopefully everybody watching at home is enjoying themselves, enjoying this crazy series so far. It is game number 3. Hornets still lead 2-0, but astronauts are turning up the heat here in game number 3. This is going to be a questionable keeper's verdict because that thing's now down from Cup. Dragon's up in 17 seconds. And what removal options do you have? Oh my god, the damage on the web is massive. Defoe will find the kill. Encore hits everybody on the Hornets, and astronauts have found himself a huge fight. They're turning around of this series. They're making it happen. 14-3 on the board. That was huge from Gale.
Oh, Gale stepping up, hitting a massive charm, massive encore hit. Yeah, like you said, everybody who wasn't already dead on the side of the Hornets, and just like that, they're able to just secure themselves soul point. They're going to be going towards the Baron. They're going to pick up this Baron, and then they're going to use the 5 minutes of free time they have to pressure lanes. They're going to be going for top, they're going to be going for mid, they're going to be going for bot, and that's what you love to see. This is clean League of Legends, and honestly, it's a complete turnaround from the last game. Last game, not the last game. First game, all over the place, all for the side of the Hornets. Last game, kind of more of the same. A little bit more, fight back on the top side, but this time a complete another shift in the momentum for the side of the astronauts, and this is important in a 5-game series.
And it's a marathon, and astronauts are playing the long game right now. But as of this moment, they've created themselves 9.5k gold. They are sitting on soul point for Infernal Soul, by the way. One of the best up there. And it's just, look at Melly G. In form comparatively to game 1. He has to go for game 2, can't even play. And then he comes back into the 3rd game saying, hey, just cracks his knuckles a bit. He's like, I got this, guys. Don't even sweat it. But the follow-up from his team has been great. Defoe's final sparks have been on point. You saw even before they encore ripped through the teammates of the Hornets in that fight, the final spark I think landed on the 4 members of them. And at that point, your health bars are looking really rough. You got to back on out, but drawn back in by that Seraphine charm. No place to go. And Hornets starting to run out of options in this one. The Baron was secured. And we're looking at the position the astronauts were in last game.
Oh, give me a cup.
Oh no.
Flashing there. Maybe he was looking for an angle? I mean, I like the aggressiveness. Like I said, you have to play Poppy like a psychopath. Maybe not that angle was existing, but you know, you can force one on Bobby as Minish getting jumped on by Limbloom. The lethal tempo is going hard.
Webb is here though and going to be knocked on back. Electrocute Clock will come on through. Benishk and Limbloom still dealing it out. But Melly G has shown up as well too. Cannon Barrage is going to be coming down. Crystal Arrow coming up just a little bit short. Same with the Super Mega Death Rocket. Global's just flying on by for extra added effects. Oh no, Cup caught on out. Oh my god, the final spark. The fact it's doing that much to a Poppy, pretty scary. We immediately see that Melly G is sawing for some more. He finds a kill on the Web. Ultra gonna try and escort Benishk out, but look who's coming around the corner. Defoe is here, takes the double blast cone, finds the double binding. Wild Growth will come through. Stormbringer to follow up. Defoe will flash away, does not get hit by that, but another encore comes on through. Melly G going legendary on the Gangplank. 9-1 and 6 final spark, just missing its mark onto that volley. But it's going to be back soon. 25 seconds, and it's back up and available for Defoe.
Yeah. Wow. No, but seriously, yeah, wow is one way of saying it. A complete turnaround. Not unexpected, but a little bit for me, right? Like, I expected them to have a lot more fight in them than the last series or the last few games, but not this much. I didn't expect them to make it this convincing of a stomp as Give Me a Cup twice gets caught out under his own turret. On a killing spree. Kind of showcasing us exactly how dominant he was in this mid-game over the course of the season, bringing it back out for the finals. And this game 3 is crucial, but you know, it's just as crucial they play perfect for game 4. In only 5 can they really, you know, will they their level of stress will be as equal as the Hornets. Because right now the Hornets, this is just one game to them. They have a game or two of leeway before they really need to have the same level of stress as the Astronauts. Whereas the Astronauts, they need to be going high gear all these games.
Yeah, it's got to be high octane the entire time. Webb, though, is going to spot Defoe out first. Knocked on back. Electrocute is there. Binding will not land. Super Mega Death Rocket from Giggle. Almost point blank. That's like a shotgun blast there. Giggle finds a kill on the Gale as well. And all of a sudden, the Hornets have found themselves a couple of quite important shutdowns.
Yeah, those shutdowns are huge, and most importantly, the fact that the big shutdown went on to Giggle. Even though he didn't get both of the kills, which would have put him probably like 1,000 gold profit, I think. Yeah, 700, 300, yeah, about 1,000 gold profit. Oh no. It's still, give me a go.
Keeper's maybe? Oh, we interrupted with the arrow and just arrowed down with more autos from Keen. This is going to be dicey. Dragon up in 15 seconds. Infernal Soul for Astronauts right here. I don't think Hornets are even going to try and contend this.
No, they can't. They don't have any way of it, contending it. They have maybe set up with the Toledo wall, but without Poppy there, how do you really get into the bait? How do you really have a hope of a chance of stealing it away from Windbloom? Just like that, that's going to be the Dragon Soul, the Infernal Soul, the big damage soul going over to the side of the Astronauts, with them having, you know, a little bit of a Goldie, just a tiny bit.
Yes, just a slight 12k
minuscule about.
Oh, that's a bit of a canyon here for the Hornets. It's gonna take a lot of hiking equipment, a lot of belaying gear to actually get across this one, and unfortunately at this point you're missing 2 inhibitors in your base. You got a big old Lux running around right now, but more importantly the big old Gangplank, who has just been nasty in these fights, always has a barrel available. And I'm watching right now. This is how did Webb sneak around them? Interesting indeed. Arrow's gonna be coming on out, but Webb is catching Keen on out. Final autos from the minions will do it. In the meantime though, Cup caught by these other members of the Astronauts. The Wild Growth will save the Poppy for a little while longer. Ultra playing dodgeball right now with those Lux bindings, cannot risk too much more. 1 for 0 actually in the favor of the Hornets. So a little bit of numbers advantage, missing an ADC right now. Melly G, I think, still has enough damage to hold out.
Yeah, Melly G is the one you have to shut down. When you look at the gold, this discrepancy in this game, 14k for Melly G alone, 11k on the Trundle, 10k on the Lux, and then everybody else is under 10k for, you know, the other team. And then the only person who reached 10k is Webb, off of very effective farming, off of few key shutdowns. and then on 9.7 thousand for the Jinx here. So Gigglequeef needs to step it up just that little bit more. If they're able to find one more kill, they're going to be able to reach that marker that everybody else on the enemy team is pretty much at. And then you're going to be able to actually start contesting these fights, contesting the objectives. But you have to imagine, this much gold down, then picking up this next Drake, you can't walk into your jungle blind. It's probably just fair.
Yeah, not too much that the Astronauts can do about this. You can see the wall has been set up to block any potential Super Mega Death Rocket steals. And Baron on all 5 members of the Astronauts right now. They lead 19-6. They have themselves a 13k gold lead. And still, no towers for the Hornets. This is the unfortunate part. If you really were to sum up all the gold that has been coming in for the Astronauts, this is kills aside, just turrets gold. That's definitely a big stepping stone for the Astronauts to get themselves this lead, and then they've just snowballed off of that. The kills coming through have been quite nasty indeed, but question is, Arland, can the Hornets hold on here? Can they find themselves an angle? And how important is that Keeper's Verdict going to be in this next fight?
It's going to be huge, because if they're able to knock away Melly G on all people, they have a winning chance in this fight. If the Keeper's Verdict doesn't hit on the Melly G and only hits on the Lindblum or a few other members, the fight can still be won by Melly G alone. He's full build pretty much. He has so much crit, he has so much damage. He's going to one cap every
Oh my god, the binding, the cannon barrage. Melly G takes another kill, but that was set up by Defoe. Super Mega Death Rocket does nothing to Defoe with all the shielding in there. Venice trying to go deep. Giggle taken out on the back line, and it's only Web left, but not for much longer. He gets a knockback, but guess what? You got Lindblum dancing on your Zanyad up. Talia, Astronauts making their way back into this game more than convincingly. Onto the next turrets they go, and this series will not end here, folks. No, we are going to be heading to game number 4 here in grand finals. Amazing stuff.
Fun stuff too. Honestly, blue side OP I think sums it up pretty well.
Pretty well, and I mean, pretty great gameplay. They look like almost a completely different team than what we were seeing previously. And do you think that it came down to they just really got themselves in the right headspace and the right mindset, or was it a difference that we were seeing in that draft that ultimately led to a better team composition that allowed for Astronauts to get themselves back into this game, Arlen?
Yeah, I think it was team composition, especially the Gangplank pick for Melly G, but also just, differences in pathing. They really, understood that, hey, they're going to be focusing bot side. So if we're able to get an early gank at all down there that is successful in blowing some flashes, making, limiting their aggressiveness, that could go a long way. And that's what they saw. That's what they did. They snuck in Lindblum down there, or not Lindblum. Yeah, Lindblum. They snuck him in down there on the Trundle, forced out all the summoners on the bot side, and that's all she wrote.
All right, and is there anything you want to write alongside that story, Gurf?
I think really nice the fact, start from a fresh slate. Melly G, while it was not a chosen break between games 1 and 3, maybe a little time to reset the mental and come back and just dominate on that Gangplank. So again, playing a little bit more into the style of the Astronauts and coming into a little bit more form of, I think what we all predicted tonight was the Astronauts. Especially off the semifinals too, we saw this team and it's just like, they're insane. And then we saw game 1 and 2, it's like, this is not the same team. That in game 3, that is the Astronauts we know and love. Hornets still looking strong. They had a couple moments, but yeah, it was really one-sided. So I think nice little reset from the Astronauts to make things happen. While there was a narrative of the 3-0, it's got to be in the back of all our minds right now, the potential reverse sweep. Is it there? Ooh. Still another game. Still another game on the board. Still Hornets on match point. But this is heating up even more than I thought it would be.
I know. I mean, and it's already hot across most of, at least the United States, where most of us are. So crazy that it's getting even hotter. We're going to go to a short break and bring you that all-important game number 4.
life can't put me in a box. I redefine any definition you got. I am the tiger, I'm making steps to the top. The flames, I whip it up, you just gotta hand me the rock. Take a seat, you cannot stand it. All I know, the flow harder than a scotch bunny. Don't try study me, you cannot manage. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
Yeah, you better listen. I'm bringing heat. You'll be a fan when I start rapping. Way I'll have your fucking head spinning. I'm known as spit vicious. Release bombs and go tick tick. Boom, you blow me that head missing. I'm a phenomenon. Stacking cheese like it's Parmesan. 8 different flows, call me Octomom. I'm moving fast like the Autobahn. And I'm independent, so I'm not your fucking starving like it's Ramadan. Sick, twisted, gifted. Can't copy, printed. Can't hold me down. I shape shift, I'm liquid. I killed this beat. I might get convicted. They know how I move. It was predicted. Persistent. Spoke it into existence. So consistent. No assistance. Hear me once become addicted. If I rap it, then I live it. There's no cap and I'll be freaking this.
This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
Hello and welcome back for game number 4 between the Hornets and the Astronauts. It has been a thrilling series so far where Hornets are currently up 2-1. Astronauts, though, look like a completely different team with that last win. So we'll see. Can they replicate it? Or will Hornets be able to close the series out right here, right now? Our players are ready. My casters are ready. So let's get right down into it.
Off we go to draft. We're ready to go. I don't know. This is gonna be a big one for the Astronauts to step on. Blue side has been let's say pretty dominant tonight. I think 100% win rate so far.
Yeah, 100% win rate. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's just a little bit strong. Just a little bit.
just a incy weensy, tad little bit strong. Just waiting on one player to come on back and actually be in seat, ready to go. But everyone's lined up. Everyone is prepared for this one. And Astronauts definitely found the answers that they needed to find last game. That was the one to make it happen. And completely different team we saw comparatively to the first two in the night. But Hornets, it was almost like a flip. I don't know what happened. Red side debuff, or I don't know. They just didn't have the gas that time. Maybe here's my theory, Arlen. It's just a
Oh,
little
okay.
intermittent break there on the marathon, taking their
Oh,
time, stopped by the
yeah.
water table, reoxygenated themselves, and
Yeah.
now maybe ready to take it on game 4. What do you think?
It sounds like a working theory, a working theory in progress. Might have to revisit that one, but 100%, it did feel like they kind of let off the gas just a little bit. Like this wasn't the Hornets team that had been, pushing. Whenever they applied pressure, it was really at a micro level, like at a really minuscule amount. But when it feels like astronauts have the ability to apply pressure, they just apply it like a hammer blow. They just go all in. They hit you hard in the face, and they don't let up the hits. Right? It's like a jackhammer. For the Hornets, it feels more like a scalpel or a chisel, rather. Right? It feels like a chisel. They just hit it in the right place at the right time, and it really does feel like that's how they're able to accelerate the game states.
Here we go, though. Draft again, match point for Hornets. This could be it right here if they want it more. But I think we're going to see a lot of similar bands coming on out. That Orin is going to be sitting on the bench once again. Same with Diana. And now the ADC bands start to leak on through. Again, there's one always on the back of your mind if you're the astronauts right now, specifically against Giggle. It's been banned so far every single game tonight. And the question, do we let the Vayne come through? Defoe's Lux was pretty nasty last game, so that will be banned as we start to see the ADCs disappearing from the board.
Yeah, I don't think you can let the Vayne come through. It's probably one of those picks that you want to keep on the back burner. Just don't let him get the Vayne, and you'll probably be fine. They can deal with the Jinx. They've proven that they can deal with the Jinx, but with the Vayne getting left up, maybe they have a strategy up for it. You have to imagine, or maybe they just take it away here. But it is going to be the first pick, Seraphine, so you have to imagine they have a strategy for it, and it's probably right to be cautious about it here.
B1 Seraphine, strong enough on its own. I like the Senna as a potential answer here. Another one of those strong champs who has been all over the place, all over the pro scene, the amateur scene, just really, really, really nice in enabling your team, keeping extra meatballs extra spicy for a little while longer out there. Will be the Senna lock in. And astronauts right now need to make a decision. Do we take the Vayne away? Because that thing is going to get just snatched up in this next round for the Hornets. If it's allowed, I am straight up got goosebumps right now, Arlen. This is, oh my god. In one pick, it could be decided because we've seen what Giggle's Vayne has done time and time again here in this league. It will be the Zac that comes through. I was talking about this earlier. If you're looking to line up those easy ganks, but for Hornets, gotta have Giggle right now just frothing out of the mouth saying, do it, do it, do it, lock it in for me. It's my champion, it's my main, I can unleash on it. Go for it, guys. It's right there.
Honestly, I was going to say this is probably the perfect game for a Vayne. Regardless if they go the jungler, I was going to say probably Poppy jungle is the best bet. It completely snuffs Zac's engage on every single level. So Poppy is really good into Zac here, but it's not going to be the Vayne. It's going to be the Ashe instead. They're gonna get the Seraphine Ashe bot lane, and it's like, what do you pair with the Senna now? Because if it had been the Seraphine Vayne, all of a sudden your Ornn, or sorry, not Ornn, but your Tahm Kench is looking a lot rougher, right? You're not able to grab it. It's not gonna do as much into the Vayne. But now, I think Tahm Kench is really good, especially with this Zac down here in the bot lane. All of a sudden, astronauts for the first time in this series, I think, have a winning bot lane, but instead they're gonna be going for a Kindred AD carry.
So that actually might end up being a Zac support, if anything. Pair up again, Meatball in the bot lane with a Senna. You saw me kind of sitting here stroking my chin, raising my eyebrow, because I don't fully trust yet that Ashe is going to be in the hands of Giggle. Seraphine still potentially flex into the mid lane. Ashe support, not out of the realm of possibilities here, and still let through the Vayne because it was not banned. And it's still on the board. I've got a funny feeling. I could be completely wrong though, but hey, it could be something lining up here. The Fiora for Melly G has been a pivotal pick for him up in the top lane. I've been the one making the MVP screens behind the scenes. it was still up there from finals last split on the Hammerheads. Melly G's name with the Fiora in the background. I think it was week 2. As soon as we had Astronauts on stream, Fiora Melly G, I was like, don't make me change it. Thanks, man. Didn't have to. But it's locked in. Melly is strong on that champ, but is my wacky prediction actually going to come true? I don't know. I don't know, Arlen. I got this weird little funny feeling. Corki is being hovered right now. Yes, something Webb's been playing, finding some success over in solo queue, but you still got to consider the nerfs that he did recently receive on 12-13. Yeah. Those rockets are just not, well, as overpowered as they were. They're still strong, but
yeah, they're not the same. They're more in line with every other champion, and realistically, if you want poke, you probably don't go to Corki for poke. But it is going to be Riven and Fiora, so heavy skill matchup. Who's better at which champion? Fiora has an easier time of it, but if Riven is better, obviously she's just going to dominate. So this last pick for Defoe here in the mid lane, he has the world is his oyster. Please don't pick Malzahar. Don't make mid into a boring lane.
I think it's just trying to be as safe as possible, but this just definitely cranks the spice up. No, wait, picks Aurelian Soul.
No.
Safe. It's gonna be safe and sound. They get in the face. A Riven's diving me. No, no, thank you. I have not actually had the pleasure of seeing Beneshka's Riven before, but these are some crazy drafts, Arlen. How do we feel about this? Just at a general glance.
At a glance, I give it to the side of the astronauts, right? And here's why. Bot lane, super strong, super safe. They don't really die too easily to Seraphine Ashe. I don't think they can die realistically. Kindred can outscale the Kayn in the jungle if they're able to find lane priority in mid lane, which they automatically will find before 6, and even after 6, once they get lost chapters, Malzahar can easily outwave clear Corki. The only issue is top lane. That's a really volatile lane for him, so he just needs to pay attention to top lane, and all of a sudden he has a free lane to, or a free side of the map to invade, look for marks, and this Kindred can get really far ahead. So that's just one aspect of it, and the aspect that I really want to focus on is later in the game. If this Riven isn't really far ahead, they cannot match this Fiora's split push, and a 4v4, you know, if Riven is often dealing with the Fiora's split push, a 4v4 becomes a 3v4 real quickly once Malzahar gets his ultimate onto whatever target he feels like. So everyone needs to pay this QSS tax. And honestly, yeah, it's just kind of looking very much in the side of the astronauts. The Hornets, they have a chance to come through, but they need to be really, really good with these Ashe and Seraphine ultimates.
Yeah, gotta be on point with every single one of these alts, and I like the point you bring up about the Riven as well too. It is a super snowball reliant champ. You have to get a lead on this champion. Even if you go even, it's not gonna be feeling like Riven. If you get that snowball, GG, wrap it up. This thing's done if that Riven gets ahead. You get two kills in that early game. It's gonna be really terrifying to deal with, and knowing Cup sending the numbers up towards the top lane, sending their own resources up towards the top lane. We've seen it so far this series, trying to make sure to put Melly behind. And in these early levels, same goes for the Fiora. You're looking at two very snowbally top laners that rely on early resources. And I don't know if it can be both of them at the same time, Arlen.
It cannot. And, you know, you look at the win rates for Fiora versus Riven, and it is Riven favored. But it's just one of those skill matchups, right? It's just one of those skill matchups. Even if it is Riven favored, it's just all on how well Melly G is able to read when he wants to use his stun and when he wants to use his last jump. If he's able to plan those out, it's gonna be on his end to really carry this game.
Oh, just a deep in through the nose, out through the mouth. Extreme rate right now, because this is just insane. We've got two very spicy top laners, two very spicy junglers as well too, Kayn and Kindred. I think this is going to be a fun one to watch, the jungle pathing, what is going on, how fast is Cup realistically going to be in the top lane, because that's honestly where my eyes are going to be on. You mentioned the big thing, Kindred stacks, looking for farms, looking to get as many stacks as possible, and I think it really is on the Hornets to be keeping an eye on that as well too, because overall, the macro rotations we've seen so far within the jungle as a team, even with your exit buddies together, has been slightly Hornets favorable, especially games 1 and 2. If they're able to punish the Kindred and catch them out, little bush hunt in there if they're hiding in the jungle and catch them out on a stack, or can even just stake the stacks away. It is going to make things a lot more difficult for Lindblom. But you've got stacking in this Senna. Late game, if we do end up getting to that point where we have an 80-100 stack Senna, it is going to, I think, outrange Giggle at that point, and there's not much that's going to be done, except you got long range engage, you got that arrow, you got the encore. But again, both teams, both drafts looking strong. I can't decide exactly which one I like more.
I think if I had to pick which one I like more, I like the side of the astronauts more, just because, like I said, it's just easier to do. But the side of the Hornets, they also have their own teeth, their own claws, and it's definitely not going to be an easy game by any means for either side.
I'm excited for this one. It's gonna be a banger. It's gonna be a big one. I'm hoping to see those big fancy Riven plays. Ben Esch, looking at you, but Melly G on that Fiora has been a bit of a beast before. So eyes on the top lane, eyes on these junglers, on the rotations, and then of course as we move into the late game, how is the Senna doing for stacks? Because realistically, in this bot side, it could get really scary for Giggle and Ultro if Gale is making consistent engages, and if Lindblom so happens to be down there on the bot side of the map.
Absolutely. If Gale is able to find the opportunity to go in, that's good Quickly's flash, that's good Quickly's cleanse instantly, and that's Ultro's flash, right? So it's really all on Gale to really step it up and show us that they're more than just an enchanted player.
Exactly. Well, we asked earlier on tonight, finally going to get something with a little bit of variation, but this could be potentially it. Once again, match point that the Hornets are sitting on, but if Astronauts are able to win this, we will hear the lovely, lovely sounds of the Silver Scrapes. We'll see if we can actually get to that point. Predictions are currently open right now, so make sure to get your votes in for who you think is going to win game number 4 here of this best of 5. Hornets, we're looking strong on blue side. So with the Astronauts, blue side 100% win rate so far tonight. So we'll see if that continues, if the Hornets take it here, or if we're going to game 5 after this one. Grab your stuff, grab everything you need, go get cozied up for this, because it's gonna be a banger. See you in a few moments on the Rift. Hello, hello, gamers far and wide. Welcome back to the VAD Grand Finals. We're here in game number 4. Astronauts were able to pull one back in that third game. Hung on for life, but still at match point. Hornets just need one more. And based off the win rates tonight, the blue side has been quite strong, is one way to put it. But we got some great picks out in this game. We are being treated to some specialty stuff, especially up there on the top lane, and I would say a little bit in the jungle as well too. So eyes are on this pathing, eyes are on the trading up in the top lane. Snowball reliant champions. It's gonna be a must to get resources into Melly or Banish. So both teams I would expect to be duking it out in the top lane, and I would say honestly, sooner the better. Let's see how this one goes, Arland. I'm excited.
Honestly, absolutely, and I think this is. It's rough. Again, I feel like Astronauts are making a mistake already off the bat, right? You're having Lindblum leash your duelist jungler duelist top lane that you want to get an advantage in to finish stick on this ribbon. Having him leash you at all is super, super bad. Like, they're just not going to be able to find the early game advantage. You're not going to be able to manipulate the lane state as they want until level 2, and that's going to be really bad. And, you know, you brought up the point yourself. With both junglers, you know, well, one jungler pathing away from the lane and the other pathing towards it, it's going to be really rough for the side of Melly unless he's able to 2v1 this lane. And they're able to find equal advantages on the bot side that they find on the top side. They really need Lindblum to step it up and really hard camp Giggle Queef and Ultra here on their abilities.
Yep. And that's realistically, with a Riven with a lead, it's going to get sketchy up there. They're already trading it on out in this level 1. But absolutely right calling that out. Kindred's already at the blue buff, going right there, bypassing the Raptors, bypassing the Wolves. And realistically, if we're looking for a gank, might not be the worst idea to send it bot lane where the Zac is, where you can look for that easy engage. Ashe and Seraphine, not the most mobile of champions. Could be quite nice to get that one started off, but Melly and Banish, I've got my eyes on these guys. They're going out already at it, and I'm excited to see how it's going to break down. You do have Cup making their way up slowly towards the top lane. Lindblum is going to be coming over this wall, but will be immediately spotted by that ward early put on by Giggle. You need to watch that magical invisible line that is in the middle of that lane. If you were to draw, essentially, cut it right in half. They see Lindblum over the wall. Giggle gonna slow play this. Still really wants to. Oh no, he missed the cannon. He just stands still. He knows. He knows. Oh no.
But more just, fighting up in this top side. He parried his ignite. That's huge.
You can parry the ignite.
Yeah. You can parry boss too. It's really fun.
Wow, that's
I love doing it. It's so toxic.
Unreal. I think Banish would have gone fully in for that one if he would have gotten that off, but keep your eyes peeled because Cup already into the jungle of Lindblum, taking away those Krugs, and potential nice easy gank up in the top lane. Banish just needs to hold out for a little while longer. He needs to watch those vitals, because that is where Melly could potentially catch him on out. But Lindblum is hovering around this river right now. Again, the early warding so far from the Astronauts have been, from the Hornets has been on point. They know exactly where Lindblum is. They know they're on Raptors right now, and it will be Cup back into the jungle to match at least a little bit of the CS, but already quite far ahead for this Kayn.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do, right? When you have a Kindred in your game on the opposite team, you want to track them as perfectly as possible. Don't give them opportunities to go in and look for trades, look for ganks, look for any of that, or even steal your camps or stuff like that. So very smart pathing from giving me a Cup twice. Realize that their their pathing was really awkward and it allowed them to sneak in, steal some camps. And now Riven, unfortunately, without that ignite advantage, down so much HP, forced to back off, and that's one of the advantages that Melly does have in this lane, right? He does have the inbuilt sustain, you know, hitting the vital marks. He does have the easier to execute kit. But if Benishik is able to get a nice little back off, which he relatively does, it's going to help him in this 1v1. It can go a long way, the early boots plus the cloth armor. But the wave state doesn't look so good for him.
And with Lindblum all the way over on Wolves on the side of the Hornets, it does mean that the Hornets are going to walk on up, start this first dragon. I do believe Giggle was spotted out in the last little bit of that Scuttle Crab, so they know exactly where they are. But realistically, not much they can do about it. Not the end of the world losing the first dragon, but it's, again, that pattern we see. Early dragon picked up from the Hornets, and you got to know they're going to be looking for this next one. It's an Ocean that is next to come on up. Question mark on the Soul as we get a couple moments here just to breathe. Anything though catching your eye that just stands out in terms of runes, masteries. We saw pre-game. A lot of these players have them, but runes and summoners out here.
Nothing too crazy in terms of summoners, to be honest. The only thing that interesting to me is the foe opting for the exhaust. I do like that little adaptation in the mid lane. Doesn't allow him to die solo to anyone realistically. In terms of runes, I think it's interesting that Gale went for an aftershock this game. I don't really see many opportunities to use that, as we see hard trading in between these junglers. But yeah, I just don't see them a lot of opportunity to use it. They are soul tanks, so it does have that little extra benefit, but you know, if they had grass in this lane, they could trade back a lot more aggressively and actually do some damage if they were to go in. And yeah, it's just one of those things, as we see both top laners finally reaching level 6, and they both opted for plated steel caps first. Oh, bro.
At least Melly's got him completed. As it's going to be Beneshk, at least baiting out a back. But realistically, if we're looking at that, it just going to be slightly favorable in Melly G's trading in the next few moments. At least if they decide to go for it again. You do see Webb walking on up, at least looking for a ward. Might interfere with Lindblum a little bit in their jungle. And Cup also in the area top, trading on out. Bot is getting jumped on right now. Gale popped on down, is into the passive. Keen should be able to step up enough to stop the take, but Giggle looking super aggressive. Gale comes back to life, will survive to fight another day. Ignite is ticking down on Keen. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough in range to actually find the kill there.
Oh, but in the top side of the map, look at the jungle. They're invading Lindblum, forcing out the flash.
Goodness, this might be absolutely turntable. Wait, a flash forward from Webb. Defoe trying to get back to lane. And down comes Melly G into the nether grasp. See you later, Melly G taking that kill away.
He doesn't have flash.
But that is going to be nice gold picked up for this Fiora. On goes the grand challenge. The exhaust came down too. And Melly G picking up 2 early kills here pre-8 minutes. That is what you want for your Fiora.
And just like that, Fiora has won topside. That's all she needs. This matchup is so volatile that she only needs a little bit of an advantage to secure herself the lead. And oh man, that early flash by Webb, I see what he was going for. He's trying to avoid the silence into ultimate combo from Malzahar, but really early, really bad stuff. And then trying to fight it out with Melly G right there. Yeah. Gets hit with the parry, gets slowed up. They flash over the wall with the foe, exhaust him as well. And just like that, Melly G, 2 kills, picks up the Iron Spike whip, goes back towards top side to dominate the rest of the map. And right now, the man to stop is this Fiora.
Yeah, that's going to be so scary for Beneshk if they want to go for a trade, even almost double CS as well, which is pretty significant this early on. So Melly G, on one of his key picks right now, is looking very strong early on. Cup, though, will spot out Lindblum walking around in the river. Webb will just fire off one of those missiles. Just say, get on out of here. Get on out of here. Looking at the map, though, Stacks currently on the Raptors on the side of the Hornets. So if they can hold out, if they can punish Lindblum on that, could be quite significant. You do see Cup actually rotating downwards for this. So maybe looking to answer this Kindred.
Potentially, I like how they're rotating down, matching the Kindred as much as possible, and this could be a rough invade, especially when your mid laner isn't right there. So yeah, Lindblum forced away, not able to secure that stack. And how many stacks does this Kindred have? I think it's only 1 at the moment. Yes. So yeah, we need to keep a tracker on that. And just like they're tracking her, rough stuff for Lindblum on this Kindred here. But no, it's not rough. Melly G on this Fiora trading super effectively. 73 CS to 49, 50 at this point. That's a nice 25 CS lead, or a little bit less than that, like 20, 22 to be exact. But you have to imagine that's going to grow. And using this pressure, this can easily turn into a snowball to top if they're able to secure this Rift Arrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Melly G's got the cards right now. He's holding on to, I would say, maybe, I don't know, 3 pair, full house. It's getting there. It's getting there. He's getting big. Still up to Beneshk to kind of play it safe for the next few minutes. And realistically, looking for the Kane form in, I I would hopefully as soon as possible. I think we're aiming for the red this game. Tends to be a little bit better in terms of the overall longer sustain, and seeing the Conqueror on the Kayn, I would say red. But Dragon started up. Hornets again on this early Dragon. We're going to see what the soul is in just a little bit, but Lindblom, I don't know if they actually saw them go in, but yeah, started up this Herald, so nice little response on the other side of the map.
Oh, and they get so lucky with their mark spawning on the top side of the map. You know, it's one of those little things as the foe takes a lot of damage into it. It's one of those little things when playing against Kindred is adjusting your pathing as there's going to be a whole
shadow. The arrow was the first to initiate it. Cup is in the bot lane looking for Keen and Gale. The autos are coming out. Keen is low and cannot escape. Ultro shows up and picks that kill off. Cup, though, lovely little gank. Lovely little maneuver there. Melly G, though, in the jungle. Benesh has got to be smelling something is up. The wolves are the mark. They got to know. So Webb and Benesh, keep on walking down, buddy. Go help on out. Make sure that Kindred doesn't... Oh, they could have absolutely stopped that one if they wanted to, but opting for backs instead.
Yeah, and I respect it as Webb. They're going to walk right into each other.
Oh my goodness, this actually, yeah, this is going to pop the Lancer Spite. Enough to get Lindblom down so low. Yes, you get an extra stack. At what cost, though? The Phosphorus Bomb comes on down. One final auto will do it, but grand challenge from LG. This is already a massive Fiora over the wall they go. Wall hacks OP. Cannot catch this Kayn. They will escape.
Yeah, that was a really smart maneuver by the side of Give Me a Cup. Flashes next to the wall, walks right into it. That way, you know, the reduced duration doesn't time out by the time they get to the wall, and they're, you know, forced on the other side. So very good stuff coming from them. Melly G didn't have flash to really follow up, so yeah, just a rough little thing from Lindblom. Does get the extra mark, so he's at 2 at the current moment. Does have the Rift Herald on the Melly G, so now they seem to look for an opportunity to use it, and I think this could be it. If they rotate the foe all the way up, they definitely could shut down this Riven and put it even further behind.
Still though, Banish, you can tell he wants to go, but just cannot in this Fiora. Herald, even on Melly G as well too, is going to be huge in terms of pushing, but this is again more resources into this bot lane. They want to try and see if they can get Giggle a kill here. I don't know if they spotted Cup actually lurking around. I don't see any question mark pings here, but I think he might have successfully snuck his way into the bot side of this map. Banish, still though, needs to worry. 1 level up. That Fiora is currently, and with 2 kills and the whip, yeah, it's going to be tough to deal with. In they go, trading a little bit out, not getting hit on that vital. We'll be fine for now. Gale stepping on up. It's Cup using a lot of time in this bot lane. Hopefully it does pay off for them for all the time they've spent down here, but has the passive back up. So this could
look for Keen.
Yeah, this could be a little sketchy. And I agree. Should be Keen. Should be the focus right now. That set is going to be a lot more easy to take down. The arrow, the encore, the Kayn and Giggle picking up a kill. Much needed there to get some gold into the pockets of that Ashe. The patience pays off, Ireland.
Yep, and that's just what you gotta do. You gotta camp the bot side of the map. When Fiora's winning top side, don't bother trying to shut her down or going top side to deal with her. Just go bot side and get your bot side ahead. Push them onto the life rafts, right? Don't go for the sinking ship that is the Titanic top side. Just go save your own bot side, put them on life rafts, give them a whole nother ship, a battleship, perhaps, that will allow you to carry this game. As we see Lindblom looking to invade, but again, maybe an ill-advised invade.
Yeah, we got a couple things breaking out right now. Banish still trading up with Melly G, trying to hold him off from diving in. Banish saves himself with just the last little bit of shield. Oh my god. Webb will go down to foe. Just find the kill there with the Nether Grasp. Following up on that one, but that was insane if you caught that in the top half of your map. Absolute madness up there. Cup going on over the wall, exhausted once again, but yeah, utilizing those walls extremely well. 4 ultimates, 4 summoners used against him. Will make it out, but it's getting a little spicy out there, Alex. Woo.
Yeah, I was swapping back and forth between both of them. It was kind of hair-raising. You know, Melly G almost dropping in this matchup to Fiora, so it's showing you, or sorry, to Riven, it's showing you just how strong Riven is in this matchup, but at the same time, Banish almost trading their life 1 for 1 for it to make it happen. And then of course, Webb dying in the mid lane doesn't have package for this next Drake, and that will be a crucial part of it. If they aren't able to package in, package out, do some damage to the front line or even back line on their dive, then this could be very, very rough.
Kindred's almost at that 4 mark. 4 mark? It's marked. It's a mark.
Yeah,
That's a stack, but it's a mark. Yeah. Yeah. So, almost at 4. The next one is the Scuttle, so they're going to be walking up looking for this Gale, trying to make something happen here. But Melly G walking all the way down to this bot half of the map does not blow the T. At least I don't think they blew the TP. Scuttle going to be scooped up here. That is 4 stacks for Kindred. So now, feeling a little bit stronger, feeling a little bit more confident.
Let's go.
As the Dragon.
Oh, finish.
Dance of Dragon.
Don't walk down there.
Dance for the Dragon. Words. Oh boy.
Dance of Dragons. Oh, but it will be the play on the web. He's probably gonna have to flash, but he doesn't quite have it. It's a few seconds away.
Oh, Web is super dead, and look who's picking up the 300 gold for it too. Melly G. That's a 3rd kill for Fiora. Things are getting scary out here for Hornets, and a Dragon getting started on up. We are gonna see that Cloud Soul, but Melly G back into the pit with the rest of his team. I don't know if Beneshk is willing to go on over the wall for this one, but no. Simply walking on in, securing this Dragon. Astronauts put one on the board for themselves. And you see this game, I would say, out of the 3 we have seen so far tonight, this has got to be the closest of them all. And side note, huge thank you to Aegis for the raid. Welcome one, welcome all. It is VAD Grand Finals here tonight. We are in game number 4. Hornets, they're on match point, but Astronauts are finding some money moves here. Arland.
Earth.
Hi.
No, but yeah, but that was really, really big coming from the side of Astronauts. I really do like the play, right? You go for the Corki in the mid lane, who's overextended just that little bit too much, doesn't quite have flash up, and I think they timed that pretty well. I think they had his flash on timer, so they knew that it wasn't up. They went for him, they just popped him, and off that, they aren't able to contest the Drake anymore, right? Their team just isn't strong enough without full 5 members, so they're forced to back off. But speaking of not backing off in time, it's going to be Beneshk getting parried.
Oh, they're going once again. Grand Challenge comes on down. Beneshk is out of here. Limbloom picking up the kill on that one. That is lovely stuff. And now I think Cup is, oh no, this is not the Herald you want, my friend. He will actually even burn his flash to get on out of there. And Astronauts now taking this tempo and rolling with it quite nicely. Ultra is a little too far up. That's an easy nether grasp if they wanted to actually decide to go for it. While the rest of the Hornets deciding, hey, we're going to go ahead and take your mid tower. Tier 1 will fall. Web threading the needle with those missiles, and everyone going to try and back on off for now.
Honestly, I like that play. And when you look at the gold, it was, really even off of that top play killing Beneshk, but now it's still 400 gold in the favor of the Hornets. So not that much, but they aren't behind at all by any means, even though they may be down 2 extra kills. So they just need to keep playing around this Corki Ashe Ultra poke, go in with Give Me a Cup twice, and just have Beneshk look for a flank opportunity. And I think they still have a real chance of winning this game, especially if they're able to shut down this Fiora. It's 100% in their favor.
Yeah, that's, you know what, you took the words right out of my mouth, right out of my brain. Is realistically, Fiora is going to be, it has to be the main target here for the Hornets if they want to stand any chance in these fights. If there's going to be any option for a split push, it shuts it down immediately if you can find Melly G. But that requires resources. That requires numbers to be sent up to the top lane to shut him down, because 3-0-1 on the Fiora is no joke. That is going to suck if you get caught out by that. And Beneshk, you know what, props to him for holding on as much as he can in that top lane. See if he can hold on for a little while longer, but with the Herald in control right now for the side of the Astronauts. Limbloom, I would say, yeah, walking up right now, and we're going to see that Herald coming down in just a few moments.
Yeah, but so we'll give you a cup twice. They both know they're there. They're going for Melly G already.
Comes over the wall. The Grand Challenge comes on down. TP's going to be used as well, too. Lambs are spite pop by Limbloom, but that's going to be the Crystal Arrow. Somehow doesn't hit them. Are you kidding me? Dawning Shadow popped as well. Umbral Trespass spot by Give Me Cup twice, and Web has shown up to the top lane as well, too, but Cup has nowhere to go. Melly G going on in. Cup is taken down. It's a double kill for Limbloom. Melly G will get shut down by Web, but under the turret they go. Oh my god, that's going to be a kill. No, it's not. What is happening, Arland?
League of Legends.
Love it. I love it.
No, but actually, it's so insane what they've been doing for the side of the Astronauts. It's just lovely stuff, and they've lost. Well, all their summoners in the bot lane in the River Skirmish. I do believe it was the foe team. They were fighting off against Give Weave and Outro, and then in the top side, everybody else was just going fisticuffs at it. But even though they got those, 3 extra kills, it's still not that much of a goal lead. So we're going to see Vinish. Very nice pelly by Melly G. Probably saved his life here. Nice knockup. A nice ultimate from Limblum. Unfortunately, flashes out of it. The Ash Arrow, that changed the entire dynamic of the fight right there. It barely missing. Meant that they weren't able to kill Melly G without everybody dropping.
And I honestly don't know how it didn't hit, considering how wide the hitbox is on that arrow. Like, it's pretty.
Really?
It's a question mark one, like the Nautilus. Like, it's like, how? What is the hit? What? How did? So I'm honestly a little surprised that arrow did not land. It could have been a little bit of a different team fight if we saw that. But big thing, at least the Hornets can walk away with. Yes, they lost top. Yes, they lost the fight. They did get a shutdown onto Melly, and that went over to Webb. So for Corki, gonna be good knowing that this Hornet squad is gonna be relying on this early poke before these fights break out to get themselves into a more favorable position. But Dragon on the board right now. The dance is on once again. So let's see if there's gonna be an answer, because this will tie up the Astronauts and Dragons if they're able to secure it.
Yeah, there's only 1,000 goal difference between the two teams, so it's not even that crucial of a fight realistically. But they have Corki package. They want to go for it. We're eyes on Webb right now. He has to be the hero with this Corki package, looking for a play, looking for a flank. But Lindblom, also very strong, just doesn't quite have the Kindred ultimate, and that's the most crucial part. It's only a few seconds away, but if they're able to find it, timing it well, then they're going to be able to go for it. About halfway on this Dragon.
Yep.
3K and dropping.
And only less than 25% realistically left now on the package, as the Hornets are going to be looking for something. Astronauts are starting to group on up two members on the bot side. Yeah, they got to pull the trigger right now, right here, right now. But this package is gone. No Corki package available for this next fight. Dragon is timing down. Cup is looking for a steal into the pit. Dragon's going to be healing back up. Gale potentially caught back out. Will jump on over the wall, and it's secured by the Hornets. Are you kidding me? Cup will find it. Nether Grasp is going down. Giggle is getting chunked on down, but look at the health bars on the side of the Astronauts. Melly G trying to dash to the back line, but he's going to get shredded by those multiple ADCs. It's a double kill so far for Lindblom. 2-4-1 so far in the favor of the Astronauts, but the big one is the fact Cup somehow managed to steal that. What? Oh, Webb. Oh, Webb. Oh, Webb. Oh, Webb. Can't get over the wall. Thank you for the kill. Onto the Corki. Might as well add a little bit of gold into the pocket. Webb. He can't get away with that. He can't get away with that, Arlen. No way.
Murder. He got away with murder. So let's watch this fight back, and let's watch Give Me a Cup twice. Just watch his position. He's playing this really smart behind the pit where they can't really touch him. Just goes in, very nice smite, and then this engage, huge from Ultra. But it's Lindblom's ultimate. Like I said, it wasn't timed properly, so they don't know when it comes up, when it goes down. And off of that, he saved the scene pretty much, you have to realize. So really good stuff. They do shut down Melly G, but that's a double kill for this Kindred, and that's another mark for her. So I think she's at 7 marks now, so she has 2 stacks of her passive, looking very, very strong on this Kindred. Will it be enough, though, as we go further into this game? Opting for a Collector second. Interesting tech on the build here.
More execute. Execute them before you pop your ult. Easy. No. I mean, the rate we see on both sides of players just being able to be popped, it's up there. It's up there, and I think they're going to look for something on the Benish right now. Maybe put that Collector to good use. Doing a little bit of collecting. Gale is going to be chasing it down. Definitely want to give this one over to Lindblom if possible, as over the wall comes Benish. Going to be stunned on up. That jump goes a little bit long. Doesn't even matter, though, because Lindblom is doing a little bit of domination out there. Webb trying to hold this bot lane tower. Melly G, though, you do not want to trade this. Fiora, he's going to jump on you. Has Grand Challenge. Respect the Fiora.
Yeah, this is just one of those games where it's all on Google Keep, all on Webb, and everybody else just kind of has to be a meat wall, a meat shield for them. Ultra doing very well for themselves. Hasn't died once this game. Very strong, very sustained. Healing a lot for the team, opting for that Moonstone. But like I said, it's one of those games where it's just looking like a very rough scenario for anybody who isn't Webb or Google Keep.
And now's the moment Hornets got to be asking themselves, are we going to look for a pick onto Melly? If so, what does that mean for the rest of our team? And that's kind of, kind of big brain moment here, why Melly G is in the bot lane. Aside from the fact that Lindblom is hunting down some more kills, flash for flash for flash. Webb has nowhere to go. Grand Challenge just for funsies. That's a dead Corki and another kill for Fiora. But what I was going to say is, you have to go in the bot lane. If you're going to be able to take care of her, you have to send numbers down to the bot lane. But what does that mean? When you do that, an exposed Baron. So Astronauts have them set up really, really well for the next few minutes. But right now, it's the arrow on the Defoe. The Encore comes through, the flash away from Defoe, but they still end up finding Keen, who gets low, and Giggle will pick up a kill there. Defoe makes his way on out. Will be 1 kill for the Hornets, but they are losing some major resources on the other side of the map.
Go for Baron.
They need to make the call right now, Arlick, to do
They're going for Baron. Yeah, they have to. But Melee G has teleport. He can back in time, teleport in time. They don't have enough damage to do it, but so does Webb. He has teleport. He doesn't have package. That's the most crucial part about it. The foe just burned his flash. Has the ultimate still available. Lindblom as well has ultimate. Huge damage coming from over the wall. Gale can go in. Look to delay for a little bit, but Lindblom, I don't think he's going to get there in time.
No, it's way too late. But the fight might be a turnaround. It's a triple knockup from Gale. In goes Melly, but immediately deleted by Webb. Gale's going to be going down next. Lindblom is looking low. The Lamb's respite comes on out, but all the foe can do is sit back and watch as his team is ripped apart. A triple kill for the guy with a 3 in his name. It just makes sense. Webb picks up 3, maybe 4 if he's feeling extra dicey. Sure, why the heck not? The unofficial quadra kill comes on through. Hornets take the Baron, and they just barely miss out Astronauts from actually stopping that one. Dragon up in 30 seconds as well, too. This is a beautiful position to come back for the Hornets.
Take Baron, they take the fight, they take the goal lead, and now they're going to be taking this Drake. You have to imagine they're resetting for it. I'm not sure they have time to walk there, but oh, brother, Gurf, we have a game on their hand, and I want to point out the reason they won that fight is because Binish didn't die. It was a huge gore drinker. It was a huge shield that kept them alive, and that's honestly because all the tunnel vision was on this Ribbon. Kill Ribbon first, kill the rest of the team. That's what they were looking at. They didn't kill Ribbon in time, so all their damage went to waste. They had nothing else to deal with the rest of the team for, and just like that, like I said, goal lead back on their side, and now they have to use Webb here. They have to use this Corki package. If they're not doing it, it's gonna be it's not gonna go as well as it did last time. You have to imagine.
See this focus as soon as Melly just shows any moment of weakness, they are gonna pounce on him. But look at Defoe walking around looking for the nether grass. Does not matter because that dragon just evaporated from this game. And it's a Cloud Soul secured for the side of the Hornets. They've got the Baron, they've got the Soul, and now they just need to find realistically 1 or 2 more fights to get themselves on to the champions podium here. Gale goes down. That passive, Zach will be eliminated. Ultra will pick that one up. Little support Sportal Combat right now. But it's potentially time for a push here. Numbers advantage in the side of the Hornets. They did send Benishk up to the top side, which right now, I'm not against it. I'm not against it, but I'm not for it right now when you've got this much pressure in the mid lane with the numbers. But still 4v4, still have Baroned up minions, and still could potentially get this mid inhibitor tower.
Yeah, they're definitely going to get a lot of top lane turrets as well, so not too bad. One thing I want to point out is, oh my gosh. One other thing I want to point out is Webb, I don't think he's used more than 1 Corki package this game, despite having opportunity to go for 3 of them. I'm not even sure if he used the 1. I think he's just let every single Corki package time out after he's picked it up, so not getting the most use out of it, but you know. Ooh.
Things getting a little sketchy in that mid inhibitor tower. I believe it was the last cannon, Baroned up minion that did officially get the last hit on the mid inhibitor. But this base cracked on open. It is looking nice for the Hornets. Again, Giggle has been to finals multiple times, has won it once. Defoe, Melly G have been to finals multiple times. I've won it, I think, more than once. But for players like Ultra and Webb, who have been here with Giggle in the past, looking for their first under their belt, or their first title, I guess if you want to say it like that. We don't have official belts, but you got to imagine. Use your imagination. Whatever you want your title to be in your mind, hey, go for it. This is tight. This is the most even game we've had this series, but Hornets, they turn things around with that last dragon fight. And it's up to the Astronauts right now to hold on, and I don't know how they are going to find it right now. As I think,
nice parry.
Yep, nice little parry. This is the trading we wanted to see. As in they go. Benishk is the first one to start off, but Lindblom is up here as well too. Ultra's with them. That's going to be the encore, but he's taken on out. Ultra might actually end up dying here as well too if they decide to chase any further. But no, they're happy enough to take that Riven off the board. 40-second death timers. is going to be scary. Cannot afford any more of that.
But there's not really too much to get off of it, so it was a nice kill, but no shutdown. You know, this Riven is 0-4, so not even that much gold, so not too much worth out of it. The best you can go for is that we got Ultra's ultimate. Everything else is kind of meh. They do, does allow them to get more pressure for the Drake, or sorry, for the Baron, right? It's coming up in a minute, 27 seconds, but they didn't use any of that pressure. And in fact, they're sitting Meli-G bot side, so if they don't have a good ward for this Fiora to teleport to, it doesn't matter how much pressure this Fiora gets, she's just not going to be there in time to actually fight with the team. So I like how they're grouping up, walking as a unit to start warding.
Flash in the grass, but no, Defoe's going to cancel that immediately, knowing that the numbers are in favor of the Hornets. Gale is in trouble, has no passive. That's a dead Zac. See you later. Baron still 1 minute to go. Zac will be back up in time. And now that I look at it, one thing does surprise me. I'm surprised we didn't catch it now. Gale has TP. Can get back to this fight in time along with Meli-G and still have the numbers equalizer if needed.
Yeah, but that was weird, Defoe. You could have easily gotten that kill and probably gone out. There's more dueling down here on the bot side of the map.
Benishk is in some major trouble. Flashing on forward with the repose. Not in time to actually get the parry. But Benishk is low. It's a stun from Alcho. Saves his top laner once. Well, actually, that last time didn't quite crack out to be what it was. But this time, keeps him alive. And a little bit of pressure coming in from the Hornets onto the top lane. Not too much going to be found up there, but it's control over this jungle. It's control for vision. And the big objective, this Baron, 9 seconds. Soon to follow up, though. That Elder's going to be on the board in a minute and a half. Got to keep your eyes out for this one. But one massive fight, realistically here, Arlen, could spell the end of this game for either one of these teams. But if it's the Hornets, that's going to be it for the series. Oh my goodness, this could be it right here. Oh my god.
And you were talking about a minute and a half. Guess whose package is a minute away? The Corki. I want to see Webb use it. 46 seconds left on this crucial objective. They're going to be rushing the Baron. They know that it isn't up. They have to know that it is up. They've been timing it all game. They haven't given him the opportunity to use it. So they have to know that this is up. Defoe doesn't have flash. Meli-G doesn't have flash. Keon doesn't have flash either, so it's all in Lindblom's ultimate to save his team if they get engaged on, if they get jumped on with that Ash arrow. But it's just going to be them looking for that Baron, looking for the opportunity. Both teams, though, they know 50 seconds left, 40 seconds to go. Close enough, they're going to have to start running down to the Elder and split their attention both ways. And, of course, Elder is so much better than the Baron buff.
Oh, like 100 times over. I agree with you on that one. Yeah, it's just so good. Just instant execute. Well, okay, fine, I'm dead. Big thing for Gale, though. Flash is back up. Passive is back up. Can go a little bit psycho into these fights and needs to be happening if you want to interrupt what the Hornets are putting down. Cup taking a few autos, though. And Baron not too pleased about him being in the pit. So, gonna force off that jungler. It's a question mark, though.
Seconds.
Can we get it healed back up? Elder's gonna be on the board too. This is, oh my god. Oh my god, Arlen. There's so much on the board. So much at stakes here for these teams. And it's realistic. One pick, one fight, one objective away from deciding this game. If we're gonna see the silver or hear the silver scrapes, or if Hornets are standing on the winner's podium in just a few moments. We'll have to see. Meli-G spotted out in that bush. Elder on the board. You see both these teams are like, yeah, screw Baron. We don't need this thing. We want this bigger buff. I remember some SpongeBob. Boot! Bigger boot! Yeah, this is bigger boot right here. Here it is. You do not want to mess with a Baron, with an Eldered up team.
Meli-G's getting poked out a lot.
Yeah.
That is rough. This is the poke that we were talking about a little bit.
Zero trading on in. Grand challenge is going to be coming down. Meli is getting low. Dawning Shadow does not come through in time. It's a double encore on the side. Hornets are fighting this fight. Hornets have found the numbers, but no. Lindblom picks off one. Look at the back line. Cup is all the way back there, finding those kills through the wall. He tries, but Nethergrass will stop him. Giggle trying to show up to this one. Lindblom forced to flash on over the wall. Webb going to be following on up, but pincered in. Lambs spite. Is it going to be enough to get them out? No, it's not. Aljo finds a stun. That's an ace. That's it. That's the game. You gotta go. You gotta push. You gotta end. Hornets are taking the championship, Harland. Oh my god.
They did it. That's Give Me a Cup twice. Finding Meli-G on the side. Finding the overextended, overconfident Fiora just for that half second. Calls over his top laner who ends the game 0-6. That's what we love to see Riven for, people. And that
is the championship.
GG, well played, incredible season. Both first seeds make it to finals, but it's Hornets taking it home 3-1. Giggle with a 2-time champion, and now the rest of them on the board as well.
Wow. I mean, Gurf's energy says literally everything. I don't even need to say anything, because you could just, like, if you just take a clip of the last 30 seconds of Gurf, I'm pretty sure I heard Gurf, like, get out of his chair and, like, almost pick it up and, like, slam it back down on the ground.
Accurate.
And with that energy, congratulations to the Hornets, who are able to, against all odds and what we thought was going to happen, take it home 3-2-1.
That was banger. That was an absolute banger. Back and forth for a moment. I'm like, astronauts are playing really well. Like, really, oh god, we're going to game 5. I was like searching up silver scrapes, getting ready to go. No, back around they go. Melly's G's Fiora just not quite enough to cut it, but just really clean team fights, really clean picks, and really good responses to what the astronauts were trying to throw out there. Hornets just doing it better.
Oh, beautiful games.